Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Power Network. It is day 16 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I'm not feeling that great today. Got a little bit of a sore throat, and I don't know. I have autoimmune issues, and so I'm basically having a flare today. But I'm going to come on this morning while we wait for them to start and show some things, and then just pretty much let the trial play today. So, this morning I found a new lawyer. My background is I have a BA in social and psych. I've done some courtroom testimony, but I'm not a legal expert by any means. So I like to find some lawyers out there on the internet and just kind of see what they have to say about all of this. So that's what I thought we would do today while we're waiting. I thought we would take a look at this lawyer. She's Brandy Churchwell, and she's going to give a recap of yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, I started not feeling well, and so I missed the tail end of it. And boy, miss a little, miss a lot. I missed the Commonwealth pulling out those bands and doing a little demonstration for the jury and throwing a little hissy fit. But anyway, let's get into this and see what she has to say while we're waiting for the courtroom to start today. I do have that up as well. And oh, I guess I should make sure it's playing and put the sound up too. So we got that going so we can hear that when they come into the courtroom, and I'll move us right on over. Yeah, you know what? It's just thank you so much, Carrie. I've just decided this is like what it is to have autoimmunes, working on trying to heal them, and the only way to heal those is to heal your emotions. So the better I get with the emotions, I think the better I'll heal. And food too helps a lot. So for me, everybody's different. Okay.
18th, and today was day 15 in the Lindsay Clancy trial. We heard from some experts finally, and we heard from Patrick's mom, Sue Clancy. So there's a lot to break down, but before we get into it, make sure that
I feel like it says a lot that Patrick's mom came up for the defense instead of the prosecution. And I think it says a lot what the Commonwealth threw at her because of it. Like, because you're not on our side, nanner, nanner, nanner. We're going to say these horrible things to you. Like, do you know you'll go to hell if, it's a mortal sin for Catholics? And then I think she said, do you know that Lindsay never liked you? She never felt safe leaving the kids with you. Like, just really mean things to a grandmother that is also grieving. But because you're not on our side, we're gonna throw shit at you. Right now, I feel like it's a murder mystery theater that we're watching. Like, is this even real? I feel like the Commonwealth is just putting on a show and dance for us that's just horrific.
all the doctors. Let's start with Patrick's mama. This is Sue Clancy. Now, when she took the stand, she first started out the way a lot of the people start out, when they're asking her questions about Lindsay and what kind of mom she was. And she said that Lindsay was a great mom. She said she was nurturing, loving, and that she was a wonderful mother. She said, there had been a few questions that had been brought up before that kind of like insinuated that Lindsay was harder on Dawson or mean to Dawson or something. And so Reddington specifically asked her, like, was she ever bad to Dawson? And she said, no, she loved all of her children very much. So, good things about her being a mom, which is what we've heard from literally.
Well, over on TikTok and Facebook, I call them her Bo or the Bo twins. I mean, those Bows are ridiculous.
Everybody. So then we kind of get into a little bit of the health issues that she was having. So he asked Sue about the deterioration of Lindsay's mental health and kind of, what was going on with her and all that. So Sue said that it was in November when she first reached out to her, and she said that she felt unwell. She said she had insomnia and loss of appetite. She was very anxious, very sad. And she said that throughout the whole time, that all of this is going on from the time she reached out until the time all of this happened, she said that Lindsay continued on all of these different medications and all of these different doctors, and it all became very confusing. But she said throughout all of that, she tried to be there for her and help her and support her as much as she could through that process. But she said on the stand that Lindsay was desperately wanting help.
Did you find at all, do you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and could just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
Sue said she was begging for help. So
there she is up on.
All right, so we get to cross-examination because that.
Oops, I think I hear him coming in. We're gonna pop over here because I hear him coming in.
The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Ben Strike and Assistant District Attorney.
Good morning, everyone.
Everything that we viewed today, I do put everything over in the YouTube show notes. Today, we're coming to you on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So if you just could give us love on the platform you're viewing us on, helps the small channel out tremendously. Thank you, guys.
Council.
Good morning.
Morning, Ms. Clancy. Before we get going, we may have a little bit of a delay actually starting at this point through no fault really of anyone. So I just kind of wanted to come out, so maybe we go sidebar, kind of talk about what the schedule is, and just so everybody's aware that we're trying to get this moving. So, Council.
Well, they always do this. They come back and then they pop over to the sidebar. And he said that there were going to be a lot of delays today, so which isn't so bad. So if you're like, for me, I've been doing different things while I'm watching it, and so it's not so bad. I wish I felt better today. It's like one of those days where you're like, what do you want, body? Just talk to me and I'll do it. I promise you I'll do it. I just want to feel better. Oh, I'm tired too. Okay, so they are in the court today. They are on a sidebar. The judge said that there was going to be a lot of stop and starts. Yesterday, I actually was listening to some courtroom people, and they were saying that they thought that this was going to possibly go to jury this week. So maybe by Friday? You think by Friday they'll be done? Because I know they carved out 6 to 8 weeks, and this is day 16. So I don't know. There were some fun things that were happening. I guess I could show you some fun things that I've been seeing across the internet. Let me pull up my socials. I've been really active over on Facebook, Instagram, and kind of TikTok, but TikTok takes down things really easily. So it's annoying. But over here on Facebook, I have 2 accounts. This is my private account, which isn't really private. I've had it for so many years. My Parawomen Radio, the group we had like 2,000 people, and it got infiltrated. I don't know. It got spammed, and somebody took it over, and I never could regain control over it. So we lost that. But we're over here under it is Amy F. Williamson, and I've been putting up some things about the case. Not that. Hold on, I got to take the mute. I don't know how to go forward on the stories when you're on a desktop. So I just popped them up, but this was from yesterday. So it's going to take a minute. I thought those were so cute. They look like a cross between an owl and like, okay, this is it right here.
Responded to some of the thirst traps people put out there. This is the funniest thing.
So over on TikTok, Kevin Reddington's son, that's Kevin Reddington's son, he's a lawyer too. And so this girl took like thirst trap photos of Kevin Reddington and his son and popped them up there. And so the lawyer, Kevin Reddington, and his wife have been replying to TikToks. So I thought this was really interesting.
You're going to see all day.
Whoops, hold on.
And he gives an update from Lindsay. This video was posted by Lindsay_not_Lohan, just messing around, showing some pictures of him, letting him know all the ladies supporting. I go follow that account. They're very funny. But then, to everybody's surprise, this is what he says in the comments. Well, this is very flattering. Also a little embarrassing. Song is fire, though. Lindsay responds and says, Mr. Reddington himself? I will swiftly delete this if you want to, but please read the comments. He says, haha, it's all good. Love the support from you and your followers for Lindsay and my father. It's incredible and does not go unnoticed, much like the comments in this thread. Winky face. Somebody else says, blink twice if Lindsay knows that we are supporting her. And he does that meme with the eyelash flutter from the guy. The best part, the rumor is he found out because his mother actually sent it to him in a family group text.
So Kevin Reddington's mother sent him that video on the thirst trap.
Kevin Reddington's wife is on TikTok, and look at the comment that she just liked. It says, your husband is literally amazing. He's not just proving everyone did her so wrong. He's proving she didn't even do it. And she liked it. His wife liked that comment. Deb Reddington, is that really you, Queen? As far as I can tell, it's a real account.
It is her.
If I'm wrong, please correct me. But if you look at the photos, they're real photos. Exhibit A, Exhibit B, from their home, from experiences within the family. And you guys know I've been talking about mental health a lot. Okay, and then look at this comment that she liked. It says, from someone who had severe PPD over 30 years ago, your husband is a goddamn hero. And she says, I'm glad that you are here to say this. Sit tight. Change is coming. That makes my heart so happy. This comment says, which she liked, it says, my brother couldn't take the demons in his head and left us Christmas Eve 2021. Your husband is a blessing for Lindsay and mental health awareness. God bless you and your family. Deb said, so
4:53, Lindsay texts.
So she's acknowledging that. Also, I've seen comments where he has said that Lindsay knows all the support out there, because it was like blink once if Lindsay knows, and he put those eye emojis up for the person.
Be in recess, and we'll come back as soon as we can in regards to this. We'll resume the trial at that time. Okay, thank you.
Good. All right.
Huh. Okay, so now they're in recess. That blows. I just wanted to pop on here for a second. I wanted the trial to do the heavy work for me today. Okay, let's keep going, because I'm actually feeling better hanging out with you guys. So you see that Kevin Reddington and his wife and his son, who his son looks like he's a lawyer too, is on the case. So let's pop back over to this video.
Direct wasn't very long. We get to cross-examination, and I don't know what was going through the prosecutor's mind at this point. My flabbers were fully gasted. I don't know what their goal was here, but I don't think, for me personally, it landed how they would have wanted it to. I can't imagine that this is how they wanted this to go. This has nothing to do with even thinking.
I saw someone say these legal commentaries said, they said, sure, I get wanting to shoot your shot, but when your shot shoots you in the face.
Guilty, not guilty, not guilty by reason of insanity. It has nothing to do with that, because we haven't really heard from the experts at that point. This cross-examination to me was just out there and confusing, but let me know what y'all think. So it started kind
Good
of
morning,
with the blame.
everybody that's popping in here. They're on a recess. While they're on a recess, we're popping back to other a legal channel, and they're giving their explanation on yesterday's court case. So while we're waiting for, I guess, trial to start today, the judge did say that there was going to be a lot of stop and start. So that's how it's going to go today. If you could just show me love on the platform you're viewing today, we're coming to you on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Love you guys.
Game, really. So there's a doctor that Sue apparently knows of, and she's never met her in person, but she specializes in postpartum mental health. And at some point, Sue had reached out to her to bring her to the hospital where she worked, to, like in a professional capacity, to educate colleagues on those specific issues. So the prosecutor's like, but you never reached out to her for Lindsay, did you? But I don't know. Let me know what y'all think. To me, it's kind of like, she specifically said that she didn't. She'd never met her in person, didn't know her on a personal level. So I don't know.
don't think she would have ever treated Sue the way she treated Sue if Sue had been on her side. I think Sue got the treatment that Sue got because of who she testified for.
No, it just didn't really hit the way I thought it would. I felt like it was kind of more like blaming her for not doing something. And I don't think that's the right route to go with a grieving grandmother. And plus, we know that Sue did try to get help for Lindsay. She is the one who referred her to Julie Paul. So I don't know. Let me know what y'all think. She also kind of did the same thing here that the prosecutors have done with other family members, which is insinuate that because they didn't.
When you're a small creator, they really don't help you when you have those type of problems. It's only when you get larger that they would have. I mean, 2000 wasn't enough for them to even care about. They didn't even reply to me saying that it was hacked, and yeah. So, but that's okay. We do have a second channel. We do have over here, we do have another group. It's Parawoman Radio Network, and we're up to 366 followers. So it's all good. If you guys want to come over on Facebook and find us, that would be great. Or, just hang out with me on that other page too. I share different things to both pages. I will say that the group page, I put more of the conspiracy paranormal stuff. And over on my main page, I do more. Well, I don't know. I can't even say if that's true. But anyway, yeah, that's what we got going on. I'm trying not to sweat the small stuff anymore because the small stuff tends to make me sick.
Have Lindsay committed or try to get her some kind of emergency help, that they must not have thought that things were as serious as they were. But again, this kind of fell flat with me because I think you can't really rely on the family to do that when the doctors and medical providers that she's seeing so often aren't even doing that. So I'll talk more about that in this week's podcast episode. But
I mean, I don't know how you can blame the family when the medical profession was throwing so much at them that they were all perpetually confused, Even the mother who testified, who was a labor and delivery nurse, said that, it was just confusing. And she was a nurse, and Lindsay is a nurse. I mean, there's two nurses here saying it was confusing. I think it was confusing. I'm somebody who feels like I was over medicated and I crawled my way out of it. And I feel like I got out of it because of my own degree. Right. And so psych. And I feel horrible for the people that maybe don't have an education in basic medications and your mind and what the crazy things it can do. And I have a new level of respect because, I was on one side of it, and then some things happened in my life, some horrible things, and it fell apart. And then I was on the other side of the fence. I was the patient being over medicated and gaslit and developing. I have post-traumatic trauma with the medical profession. Now I have a social worker myself because I can't take calling them and making these appointments and jumping through all the hoops you have to jump through with the insurance. And yeah, it's traumatic. And when you're like not at full speed anyway, like you're not at top tier level anyway, oh, the system has to change. I think this is why I'm so interested in this case.
I have a lot of thoughts on that. There was another thing that they kind of chose to do here, and they've done this before with some of the other witnesses. The prosecutors are kind of like handpicking specific texts and things that Lindsay would say when she says something about feeling a little bit better, getting a little bit better. Now, it's interesting.
And that's the nature of the beast when you're trying to get better, is some days you do feel a little bit better, and you have so many people constantly asking you, which, I mean, they mean well, but you have so many people constantly asking you how you are, that you like the look of utter disappointment on their faces when you might say like not good or whatever. You learn to pepper your speech so that it sounds maybe a little hopeful, because you can't take the disappointment on their faces, because you're disappointed too. You don't want to be like this.
Because there were a few times that they did this today and even yesterday. And when they read the entire text, it's usually some sort of explanation from Lindsay about how things are really tough, and it's, she just wants to feel like herself again, and it's, not great, but today was better, or I slept better last night. So they pick out those things about like, see, she said she was better. She said she was better. I think it's very dangerous to point to a single moment or text as some sort of proof that someone isn't mentally well. Mental health is not linear. It's all over the place. So there may be good days, there may be good moments, but that doesn't mean that all's good in the hood. So using that,
well, according to the prosecution, it is. And she's seeing unicorns in the corner. I mean, to her, the prosecution, mental health illness is seeing unicorns in the corner.
Like evidence that
I wish I could see unicorns in the corner, to be honest with you. I wish that's what my mental illness was, me seeing unicorns in the corner. Seems kind of lovely to see unicorns in the corner.
It wasn't so bad, and that things were, she said it herself, she was getting better. I think that's just a wild argument, and for me it fell flat. Prosecutors also picked out certain things as evidence, like to kind of show that, things weren't so bad. One of the things was the heart palpitations. So if you'll remember,
I think what's happening here is she's just doing a recap. I'm not so sure she's giving any kind of legal opinions. So let's move away from that. I, of course, will put down in the show notes for that. I know there is another, I know he's a lawyer, the lawyer, let me see if this is 2 days ago, day 14. Let me see if he did anything for day 15 yesterday. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, he did do something for day 15.
So many of them were answered today. Like, can psychosis come and go? Can people seem fine but still end up being in a state of psychosis? What does it actually mean to have a psychotic break? Can you control?
While we're waiting for jury to come back, they're in a recess. We're going over yesterday's legal analysis by a few lawyers. So welcome in, everybody.
What you're doing.
I am keeping an eye on the courtroom. I've got it playing, so when they come back, I'll hear them, and I will bring us right over to it. The judge did say it was going to be a stop and start type of day, though. So,
if you don't, what would that present like? How is it possible that all of these medical professionals could miss this? And then from the prosecutors, what do we get? But potentially the worst day of the entire trial. I don't even know how much grace I can possibly have for the way they handled themselves on cross-examination with multiple witnesses. The attitude, the lack of professionalism, and getting out over their skis, asking a question that could absolutely be something that reverses this trial if it gets appealed, if Lindsay Clancy does lose. because it is that big of a mistake today to make in the United States of America, in our criminal justice system. We're going to talk about all that. We're going to get to the clips of the trial today. We're going to answer your questions. So hit that like button. Let's get to it. So the reason I said today is such an important day is I think maybe more than any other day, the juxtaposition between the defense and the Commonwealth was most apparent. And I think any normal human being on the jury had to feel that stark difference today with the lack of empathy, the way they cross-examined witnesses, even when they had some good points, because we're going to talk about some of the very good points the Commonwealth made on cross, the way they asked some of these questions, I was thinking you're losing the pack of that punch with the delivery.
Dang, I didn't hear any good points, so I'm interested to know what they are.
And the method at which you're deciding to impeach a witness, to ask a question, to bring up a point. And then it's like, why did you even ask some of these questions? There's so much to get to today. So we started off with Susan Clancy, which is Lindsay Clancy's mother-in-law, Patrick Clancy's mother. And I thought it was interesting that the Commonwealth called the father-in-law, the defense called the mother-in-law. The mother-in-law has the medical background, labor and delivery nurse. We know she referred her to Julie Paul, and she noticed a difference after Cal was born. She has a little bit of experience with postpartum psychosis and depression. She talked to Dr. Spinelli, who is an expert in the area, and had Spinelli, I think, speak to her coworkers or give a presentation. We're going to hear from Spinelli later. And Reddington does a really good job in this case of setting up his witnesses and letting the jury hear about these witnesses and want to hear from these witnesses. He builds them up through his opening statements. He builds them up through questions of other witnesses. Like, hey, you know my tech expert, right? He's a good tech expert. Oh, hey, you know Dr. Spinelli. They're an expert here, right? So he builds them up. So the jury can't wait.
Seems like even other lawyers are kind of in awe of Kevin Reddington, Big Red. He's from the old school Perry Mason, just really putting on a show. And I feel like everything he does is intentional. Even sometimes he'll make a mistake and it's not a mistake. It's something intentional that he wants people to see.
To hear when they take the stand, and then they're kind of getting up in their seats like, oh, okay, here's Zeisel. We know all about him, that he worked with the CIA and overseas with the military. So he builds them up, and he does the same thing with Spinelli when Lindsay's mother-in-law was on the stand. She did notice a difference, but Lindsay Clancy was a wonderful mother. She loved Dawson. He wasn't some bad child that she hated. Lindsay did tell her she felt unwell. She was trying to get help. She was begging for help. Holidays were tough because Lindsay was struggling. And then he shows a stack of texts and says, these are you and Lindsay's texts, but we're not going to get into all of them. The jury can listen to these texts if they want to. Then we get to cross. And she's like, well, you didn't connect Spinelli with Lindsay, did you? Lindsay took herself to the ER because of trouble sleeping. Did Lindsay tell you she had a weed gummy? Lindsay's main concern was about lack of sleep. Yet when she drove to the ER, she drove herself and she drove herself home. And Julie Paul, the one you recommended, is the only one not getting sued. Isn't that interesting? And then she gets into a line of questioning that would be the worst line of questioning I've seen in this entire trial if it weren't for the line of questioning that they ask later to the same exact witness. But first, we're going to get into something that I want you guys to listen closely and tell me what the probative value of this line of questioning is. What does this line of questioning prove? Does it tend to prove or disprove any material fact in this case? That Lindsay Clancy killed her kids, knew she killed her kids, wanted to, premeditated, intentional, had the mens rea, the culpability to commit this crime and understood what she was doing? Does it prove or disprove any of that? Or does it say, hey, this witness is going to be really biased for Lindsay Clancy? Does it prove that? What does this line of questioning go to prove? Because I thought this line of questioning was despicable by the prosecutors. Let's listen to it.
So did you offer to watch the kids at nighttime?
I don't remember exactly.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, were they, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So these kids, Lindsay Clancy never wanted these kids to come sleep at your house. And Cora was 5 years old. You have a 5-year-old granddaughter that has never stayed over your house.
So at any point, they never stayed over.
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all the belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved in staying over and helping out. So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own beds.
So what does it prove? Lindsay Clancy didn't trust her in-laws to leave the kids there? Somebody complaining about the prosecutor leading. They're actually allowed to lead now that it's crossed. But I don't understand what this proved.
I know that a lot of mothers don't want their kids to sleep away from each other now. They don't. Because of the world and all the PDF file crap that's out there, they just don't. Did they ever sleep at the other grandparents' house? I don't think so. Sounds to me like they always came to their house to spend the night and take care of them.
That Patrick's parents weren't good grandparents? That has nothing to do with this case.
Prior to the November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
And as far as kind of watching the kids or taking the kids outside of the house during the daytime, did you often take Cora on kind of day trips out to lunch?
Yeah, we used to go to lunch together.
How about Dawson? Did you take him one-on-one out to?
Not as much. He was younger.
And how about Callan? Did you ever take him out of the house without Lindsay?
No.
And are you aware that Lindsay told one of the therapists that she wasn't close with you as in-laws? And that
I didn't know that, no.
That she said she doesn't generally allow the in-laws to watch her children?
I did watch the kids.
Okay, but
Are you aware Lindsay basically said she didn't like you, wasn't close to you, and didn't trust you? Now, if I'm going to try to stretch and figure out some relevant application of this, Lindsay is a liar and a manipulator, I guess? Is that what they're trying to prove here?
aware that she told the therapist that?
No.
Are you aware she told the therapist that she didn't have any particular reason why and that they don't bug me about it either?
I didn't know any of that.
Now, Lindsay, the defendant, she communicated with you.
So what was the purpose of that? What was the purpose of asking those questions? It
to prove that she's a horrible human being, and that's the purpose, in my opinion.
Proved literally nothing. The popular bailiff, 842. Yeah, you never know. It's really close to 841. Really close. Could that prosecutor have caused a mistrial with that nasty question? Can she at least be sanctioned? I'm still horrified. We are going to get to that question in a second, and I will answer that. Hey, Peter, I was just served with a subpoena today in Florida as a witness. Do I have to go? If I have no idea who the defendant is that's named in the case, I can't answer that. I would not tell you to violate or disregard a subpoena without looking at it and knowing what it was about. Massachusetts. Oh, boy. I had a pretty literal LOL when the prosecution objected and Red replied before the judge said, let me finish. Just showed how he rules the room. Yes, I do remember. And the judge didn't even step in. That was interesting. I want to hear about what Peter thinks of the resistance band part. We will get there. Red's questions lead us to the conclusion he wants us to arrive at. At some point today, Reddington said, Judge, I don't want to lose this jury. I know what I'm doing. I'm not going to call these people and have them.
Yeah, I hear them coming back.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
Be sure to give this live some loving for me and share it out into the interwebs. That's another great way to help a small channel out. Thanks, guys.
Court, all rise, please.
Bo's wearing a black bow today. I'm actually glad because I have a hard time telling these two apart. They look alike to me. Red's cooking.
Yay. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth, draw near and give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
We have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Nice to see all of you. I appreciate you being here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over the questions that you know are coming, and then what we'll do is we'll get right back into the case. So the first question is: any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do now is we broke yesterday. There was a witness on the stand who was testifying on behalf of the defense. We're going to return to that witness at this point. And so if the witness could retake the stand at this time. Yeah. Morning. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I'm going to try to just redirect towards the interview that you had of Lindsay regarding her journey. On November 29th of 2022, do you recall which healthcare provider she visited?
I believe that Ms. Clancy saw Ms. Gelada for treatment.
That'd be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes.
Do you know what she complained on November 29th that her symptoms were?
She was having issues with unstable mood, depression, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation.
Did she also, on that date, November 29th of 22, complain that she had what is referred to as a flattened effect?
Yes, and that was also paired with derealization.
And what does that mean?
That an individual experiencing derealization doesn't feel things are real when they look around. They don't think that what they're seeing is in the reality that they're in.
Now, at this time, towards the end of November into early December of 22, she was living in Duxbury. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she's living with her husband and her three young children, correct?
Yes.
And was the husband working?
Yes.
Where was he working?
Pardon me, Attorney Reddington?
Where was he working?
He was working for Microsoft, but in a home office that was in the basement of the house.
And she's obviously taking care of Callan the infant and Dawson and, Cora.
Yes.
Right? And the kids were in school a couple of days a week in the preschool, the Little Sprouts or something like that, right?
Yes.
So did she improve at that point, sir, or did she end up going to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She did not improve. She was getting worse. She did go to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic.
And would that be on December 2nd?
December 2nd, yes.
And what was the reason, what were her complaints that brought her to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She felt that her brain was damaged. She felt that she should kill herself. And she's never going to get any better.
Did she also express fear that people could hear her thoughts and that anything adverse would happen in her life regarding being a mother and having children?
Yes, that's called thought broadcasting.
And what was her concern about the children?
Her concern was that when people could hear her thoughts, her children would be removed from her care.
Now, and keep your voice up, please.
Yes.
Did she indicate, and I quote, that she had bad and intrusive thoughts, and she didn't even feel that they were like mine, telling me I should kill myself, my brain is damaged, you're never going to get better?
Yes.
And did that type of intrusive thought or persecutory thought continue for a period of time?
Yes. So it got
Did it
worse.
get so bad that she ended up doing something?
Yes, that's correct.
What did she do?
She called the suicide hotline.
And do you know when that was, sir?
That was December 4th, 2022.
Did she receive any help from the suicide hotline?
She did not.
Why is that?
They told us she did not meet the standard of care because she did not have a plan.
Did she call the suicide hotline again, if you're aware?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that was? Was that in December?
Yes, I believe that was perhaps the following week around the 15th, but I'm not positive about that.
Did she receive help on the second call that she called the suicide hotline?
No, she did not.
Can you tell us at this point now, we're talking about in December, let's say towards December 15th or thereabouts, what were her symptoms at that time regarding any complaints or observations that she had about paranoia or things of that nature?
Yes. She was having paranoid symptoms of psychoses, and she was getting more depressed.
Did she make any comments about DCF or the police at that point?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, did she ever have any involvement in her entire life with the police?
Never.
And did she express that she was in fear or concerned about DCF and or the police in the middle of December 22?
Very much so.
What did she say?
She was worried that her children would be removed from her and that she would never see them again.
Now, at this point, what medication was she on? First paragraph, page 9.
She started to take, at that point, Seroquel, Remeron, and Klonopin.
Did she make any complaints at that point about the effect, if any, of medications?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she felt like a zombie.
Did she present with any particular medical observation that you refer to?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, paragraph 1 on page 9, you indicate she presented with anhedonia.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Anhedonia is a word that means without pleasure. When someone has anhedonia, they cannot enjoy life. They don't laugh. They have no pleasure.
Continuing on into December, what was her status of her condition of depression and symptoms of paranoia and intrusive thoughts, et cetera, that we've talked about?
It continued unabated.
On December 15th of 22, right before the holidays, did she go somewhere?
Yes, she did.
Where'd she go?
She went to the clinic in Rhode Island, Parents and Women's Clinic, partial day hospitalization program.
And she didn't get any help there either, right?
That's correct.
Did she go at some point around that same time frame to Mass General Hospital?
Yes, she did.
Well, you knew that she worked at Mass General Hospital for 9 years, right?
That's correct, in labor and delivery.
She wasn't there visiting friends, right?
That's correct.
Why was she there?
She was there in the emergency room to seek help.
Did she get help on that day?
She did not.
So after going to the MGH ER, at some point in December 30th, what did she do?
She went back to the emergency room at Mass General.
Now, for example, on December 15th, did Pat Clancy, her husband, get involved with her medical treatment?
Yes.
And do the medical records indicate that he did something with her?
Yes, he brought her to the partial hospitalization program in Rhode Island.
Did he also bring her to the Mass General Hospital ER?
Yes, he did.
Did he also bring her to see the doctor or the nurse practitioner, Gelater, and complain about the medication?
Yes.
So December 30th or 31st of 2022, she was admitted voluntarily to McLean, right?
That's correct, yes.
How long was she there for?
She was there till the 5th. She was discharged January 5th, 2023.
Was that a voluntary discharge? They cleared her as well to be discharged?
Yes.
That was not what is referred to as AMA, or against medical advice, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, that's not AMA. It's not against medical advice. She was following hospital guidelines. She was discharged accordingly.
And she wanted to go to her daughter's some function?
She wanted to go to her daughter Cora's birthday party, which was held on the 7th of January.
Now, at this point, what was her status? Was she weaned off of medication or on her way to being weaned off of medication when she got out of McLean?
I believe so, yes. She was being tapered down on her medication.
And what was the medication that she was tapered down on?
I believe it was Seroquel and Klonopin.
Did her intrusive thoughts and the paranoia, did that abate? Did that stop?
It did not.
Now, when she was home in the month of January after Cora's birthday, which I think was on January 7th, did she continue to have these intensive intrusive thoughts?
Yes.
Can you tell us, when we say intrusive thoughts, is she referring to intrusive thoughts like you might think of something coming up next week that's bothersome, or is this a indication, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to what she was experiencing at that point in January of 2023?
She wasn't just having everyday thoughts that we all have, reminding ourselves to do something, which we make note of, and then we move on. Intrusive thoughts are unrelenting. They don't stop. They're what we call ego dystonic. You don't want them. They keep interfering with your ability to get through the day.
Did she have, at this point, intrusive thoughts continuing regarding voices in her head that she heard constantly?
Yes.
What were these voices saying to her?
They were getting worse, and they were telling her to kill herself.
And as January continued, she was, to your knowledge, using her computer to look up drugs and interactions and side effects and things of that nature?
Yes.
If a person is in a psychosis, or as I think you said, premorbidly psychosis, are they able to do things like look up things on a computer?
Yes.
And you're aware that she actually at one point looked up, can you cure, I think, a sociopath or a psychopath or something like that?
It was sociopath, yes.
Is that indicative of her feeling that she is a homicidal maniac and has to have some help, or is that in the same time frame that she was Googling all of the effects of medications on a human being?
Is it an objection?
Yes.
Yeah, sustained.
So during the period that she was Googling, well, let me ask you, what was she Googling?
Googling words about sociopaths, sociopathy. Can you treat a sociopath? What are hallucinations?
What else?
Bear with me one moment, if you don't mind.
Well, you had a chance. Did you look at the Google searches that she had
Yes.
done that's in evidence, and the jurors were able to look at it?
Yes.
Did she continue to Google the effects of medication, psychosis, numbness, heaviness, unable to, things like that?
Yes. All things that are related to the way
And if
she
a
was
person
feeling.
is in a psychotic state, are they able to continue to Google and use a computer to look things up?
Yes.
They're able to use a phone?
Yes.
They're
People
able-
who are in that state can do things they've done before. New tasks may be difficult, like changing a tire. But if you looked up things on the internet, you can look them up again. If you drove a car, you can drive a car.
Now, the morning of January 24th, I believe she went somewhere. Is that right?
Yes.
Where'd she go?
She's taken her daughter to a pediatrician, a standing pediatrician appointment.
And is it your understanding, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that a person who's in a psychotic state is able to drive a car for a short distance, go to an appointment, and interact and talk to people?
Yes, they can do everyday tasks of living.
So the fact that she's not talking about the unicorns in the corner, and she's not slurring her speech, and she's not unable to walk, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does that mean that she's not in a psychotic state?
It does not.
Would you tell us, after she took Cora to the doctors, and the jurors have had a chance to look at the exhibits, there's photographs between her and her husband, Pat, back and forth. In the afternoon, what did she do?
She built a snowman in the backyard with two of her kids.
Later in that day, Google directions to a restaurant, 3B restaurant?
Yes.
Is that something that a person can do when they're in that type of a state?
Easily.
Did the
Yes.
voices or the intrusive thoughts to your interview and your understanding abate or stop at that point on January 24th?
No.
Did they continue?
Yes.
And did she communicate by text with her husband about getting dinner and getting something from CVS?
Yes.
And what was it? Was it Pedialyte?
Pedialyte or Flexlax. It's a stool softener for her child.
And that's something that was prescribed by the doctor, right?
Yes.
Does that make sense that if somebody is in a state where they're having these symptoms, that they're able to remember that the doctor wanted the child to have Pedialyte, and she tells her husband to get Pedialyte?
Yes, it does not interfere with that type of everyday living.
She indicated to you, sir, that that evening after the husband had, oh, by the way, was it your understanding from talking to her that the husband had taken trips, gone away for weekends, gone on ski trips, had brunches with his friends, and was out of the house on a regular basis?
Yes.
That night is when the children were killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've heard repeatedly about the circumstances of the going out the window and the weather and the damages and the injuries and going to the hospital. Doctor, based on your review of all of the medical records, did you administer any testing, by the way, to her? Like you were talking about psychological testing?
Yes.
And what were the psychological tests that you performed?
Initially, I did a mini mental status exam, MMSE. It's just a common test about orientation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. And NSE? What is that?
MMSE, mini mental status examination. Very common test.
Okay.
Demonstrating whether someone has a field of knowledge, who's the president, what direction should travel, and basic things like where are you, what day is today, who are you? And then I did another test as well.
What other test was that, sir?
That's the HARE Psychopathy Checklist, HARE.
What does that do?
That's a measure of antisocial personality disorder.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon the scale that you use to assess whether or not Lindsay Clancy had anti-personality disorder?
Yes.
What was the result?
The result is that she does not have any type of antisocial personality disorder, also known as sociopathy.
In addition to reviewing the medical records and testing and meeting with her, did you also interview third parties?
Yes.
Is that referred to in the psychology as collateral contacts?
Yes.
And you reviewed and interviewed a number of people in her family or friends or people in her social circle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, sir, to a reasonable degree? Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Mass General Hospital doing a major research program on postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And did they publish an article, a significant article, regarding the circumstances, symptomology, and things of that nature of postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that the symptoms of postpartum psychosis would be depression? Is that one?
Yes.
Did Lindsay, to your opinion, have depression?
Yes.
And were there indications from your review of the medical records that she felt low, flat, tearful, emotional, crying?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express anxiety, feeling tense, nervousness?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express feelings that she was withdrawn, not able to socialize with people, wanting to talk or be near others?
All of those things as well, yes.
She indicate that she felt tired, heavy, without energy?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she indicate that she was having a harder time taking care of her children?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was having issues regarding personal hygiene, not bathing, things of that nature?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she had severe confusion in actually hearing or seeing things that aren't there? In her case, it would not be seeing, that would be visual hallucinations. But did she complain of hearing things that weren't there, hallucinations?
Yes.
Did she complain of thoughts and beliefs that were not within reality and that she was in a disassociated state out of reality?
Yes.
Did she indicate that, did you observe that there were circumstances where she exhibited increased energy, activity, productivity, otherwise known as hypomania?
Yes.
Did she complain that she had racing thoughts, a quote, busy brain, end quote, increased creativity?
Yes.
And when she said in your review of the medical records that she was having a busy brain, did she express the fact that she would get confused and that she thought her brain was damaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was she restless and agitated, unable to keep still?
Yes.
Unable to sleep?
Yes, extremely unable to sleep.
So can you tell this jury, sir, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon all of what you have reviewed, all of what we have talked about, all of what you have considered, as to whether or not at the time of this incident resulting in the killing of these 3 little kids, that she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, such as that she lost substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her act, or in the disjunctive, was unable to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
Tell the jury what your opinion is, please.
My opinion is that she did have indeed a mental disease or a defect. That's a legal construct, not a DSM-5 one, but she had bipolar disorder with postpartum psychoses. In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law, and she had no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, Kamal?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So yesterday, when you first took the stand, Attorney Reddington asked you a little bit about your background. Recall that?
Yes.
And you, in this field of being a psychologist and a forensic psychologist, you circulate a curriculum vitae where all that is outlined, right?
Yes.
And fair to say, you testified yesterday, and on your curriculum vitae, you speak briefly about the fact that you have previously testified for the Commonwealth, you said, as well as for the defense, correct?
Yes.
You referred to defendants and respondents, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you've done in the past is to be what's called a qualified examiner, right?
Yes.
You are currently not actively doing those examinations, are you?
I actually have done one, but I don't actively do that anymore.
Okay. And so in those respects, is that when you say you testify for the Commonwealth, is that primarily the work that you would do where you say you testify for the Commonwealth?
Yes.
And in those evaluations that you do, is it fair to say that you're actually an independent contractor with a company that contracts with the Department of Correction on those cases?
Those are what qualified examiners are. That's correct. That's how you become a qualified examiner through the DOC.
Right, and an examiner, a qualified examiner, is retained or takes work in doing evaluations in order to perform independent assessments, are they not?
Yes,
So they're not hired by the Commonwealth.
they are, because the company that retains the qualified examiners is hired by the Commonwealth, and these forensic psychologists are then appointed cases to do these types of examinations. So it's under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
So yeah, big umbrella Commonwealth, meaning Department of Correction, an agency that is under the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But as far as when we talk about Commonwealth, like Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, that's the prosecution. In those proceedings, the Department of Corrections sometimes is the moving party, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's the district attorney's office who's the moving party.
Yes.
But it's never the defendant who's the moving party.
Never.
And in those types of proceedings, sometimes if you opine a person is what they call sexually dangerous, you would testify for the Commonwealth, right?
Yes.
And if they're not, or if you find that they're not sexually dangerous, you'd testify for the respondent.
Yes, we're neutral.
So you're not
Testify with
testifying
facts.
for the Commonwealth. As in the prosecution, you're testifying under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
I think it's a matter of semantics, because if you do an evaluation and you render an opinion that this patient is sexually dangerous, when you testify, you are working with the district attorney's office and you review your case with the DA. And the way I see it is that you're testifying for the Commonwealth as an independent examiner, but on that day, you're testifying for the Commonwealth or that DA's office.
And you haven't done that work in closely a decade, fair to say.
No, that's not true.
Well, pre-pandemic, correct?
That's not true.
So when was the last time you testified for the Commonwealth, meaning the prosecution, in an SDP proceeding?
So I was assigned a case through Suffolk County, the Sexual Dangerousness Unit, by ADA, Kelly Ryan, Kelly. And I did that evaluation on July 2nd, 2026.
And have you testified at a probable cause hearing for that?
No, I wrote a report which was in lieu of testifying.
Where you opined that somebody was sexually dangerous?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, though, the majority of your work here in Massachusetts over the last few years is contracted with the Committee for Public Counsel Services, correct?
Yes.
And for the fiscal year of 2024, you were paid by CPCS in the open checkbook for approximately $340,000 worth of time and work.
That's about right. We get paid a fixed rate. It's a government rate that's assigned to all examiners.
And for the fiscal year of 2025, it was approximately $300,000 that you were paid through the Committee of Public Counsel Services.
That sounds about right.
You also indicated yesterday that you have known Attorney Reddington for a number of years, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say you've done quite a bit of work with him over the years?
That's an expansive term, but
It
I
just
work with
requires
him.
a yes or a no.
Yes.
And you've also testified that you have your doctorate in clinical psychology, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, or you told us a lot about your military experience, but as you sit here today, you are not a prescriber of medications here in the Commonwealth, are you?
I am not.
You
And I
don't
was
have a
not. I was not yesterday either when I was asked about that.
Right. You told us all about your experience in the military and having that limited ability to prescribe years ago. But as far as you sit here today and in your evaluations that you do today, you don't do forensic psychiatry evaluations, do you?
That's correct. But I just want to clarify for a point of accuracy. I was not in the military. I worked for the Department of State.
I believe I said your work with the military, but thank you. So here in Massachusetts, you conduct primarily you conduct evaluations in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes, for the most part.
Okay. And you are aware that there are particular standards for forensic psychologists working within the criminal justice system, right?
Yes, but just to be a little more clear, forensic psychologists such as myself also work for police departments doing evaluations for fitness for duty. So although they're law enforcement, they're not engaged or accused of any criminal activity.
Well, I'm referring to your role when you come into the court and you testify as you are today as a forensic psychologist. That's what I'm referring to. You're aware that there are particular standards in place by the ABA criminal justice, mental health standards is one of them, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines for forensic psychology?
Yes.
And fair to say that with those standards, they're not required, but people are encouraged to follow them, right?
I think that's fair to say.
And the criminal justice, the ABA criminal justice mental health standards actually identify the different types of roles that forensic evaluators have in the criminal justice system, including evaluating, consulting, and treating, right?
Yes.
And so fair to say standard 7-1.3 indicates that for evaluative experts, the obligation is to make a thorough and impartial assessment based on sound evaluative methods to reach an objective opinion. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so again, in the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines, section 1.02 indicates that forensic practitioners strive to be unbiased and impartial and avoid partisan presentations of unrepresentative, incomplete, or inaccurate evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Is that a standard you strive to follow?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you indicated that you've been with the case since February 4th of the year 2023, correct?
Yes, 41 months.
And you've authored a report, you said, in June, I believe, of 2026, correct?
Yes.
But you've also offered other reports or updates of the defendant's condition over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you provided a report, an update, I should say, in July of 2025.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And in that report, you identify that as of July 23rd, 2025, that the defendant was residing at Tewksbury Hospital. Do you recall that? Putting
Yes.
that in?
Yes.
And that there was a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Hospital or Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital. Do you recall writing that?
I don't know if it was a plan. It was a hope and a goal, but it was not an official plan.
Well, I can provide you with your report if you'd like to review, but it reads, currently, Ms. Clancy resides at Tewksbury Hospital with a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital.
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. And that she is presently medication stabilized and is in the process of discontinuing most, if not all, psychotropic medications, demonstrating an emerging capacity to stabilize without them. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
So in July of 2025, it was your opinion that she was stable and she would be hopefully, as you say, transferred to a different facility, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that currently she's still at Tewksbury Hospital.
Yes.
And currently she's still taking psychotropic medications.
That's true. Yes.
I think you also write in that report, I'll strike that. Going back to your most recent evaluation in June of 2026, you would agree with me that in an evaluation for criminal responsibility, being a forensic psychologist, it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your reports, correct?
Yes.
You want to make sure you get the facts right, right?
Yes.
Because your evaluation is not just based on what you learn from the individual you're evaluating, but also an independent review, an unbiased review of the records of the facts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So in your report, you indicate that the period of evaluation that you had with this individual is approximately 45 hours. Do you recall writing that and testifying about that yesterday?
I think I actually said I've met with her a total of 45 hours, but the evaluation was more than 35 hours, and I think it was 37 hours.
Okay. And you also said yesterday that in addition to that, you've met with her several other times for a total of approximately 60 times at least.
Not 60 additional times, but in total, yes, since the court trial has started a few weeks back.
Okay. Is that typical for you to spend 35 hours with a person that you're evaluating?
It does happen, but it's not typical.
You also indicated yesterday that one of how you became involved in this case is Attorney Reddington called you and asked you to go check on the, I think you said mental well-being. Is that what your
Mental
testimony
health or mental well-being at the time of her admittance to Brigham and Women's Hospital, which was roughly late January 2023.
And your first time there was February 4th, correct?
Yes.
Were you examining her as a potential patient at that point?
I was examining her as a colleague and friend of Attorney Reddington to see how she was faring. There was no predetermined notion whether I would be interested or willing or even offered the opportunity to take the case. I was just going to meet with her, given the fact that she was in a bed in ICU, locked to the bed frame, and no one was able to visit her.
So you went in to visit her?
Yes.
And when you went in to visit her, you indicated that she had recently been extubated in your testimony yesterday. You're aware from the review of the records that she was extubated on January 28th.
Yes. So the difference between January 28th and February 4th, I didn't know the date at that time, but I knew she was able to breathe on her own and express
And you're aware,
verbal language. Yes, expressive language.
You're aware that she had been communicating with staff at the hospital, including psychiatrists, right?
I don't know if I knew at that time, but I knew she had been speaking with the doctors and staff,
Well,
but not specifically who it was.
A person who goes through major trauma and is at a hospital and has made suicidal attempts, in your opinion, it would behoove the hospital to have that person talk to a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Overall.
Yes.
Now, in addition to meeting with the staff and the psychiatry team, prior to your arrival, were you aware that she had an attorney that had came to visit her a few times? Not Mr. Reddington, but a different attorney.
Yes, I don't know how many times, but I am aware that there was an attorney, Gelb, who was somehow involved in the case.
Okay, so there was somebody that came in to see her prior to you coming in to see her.
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday that you performed a mental status exam that day on February 4th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where in your report or the previous report from July or your June report do you outline the results of your mental status exam?
There is none, because if someone's not capable of just explaining who they are, where they are, and if they're clear of mentation and thinking, then I'll meet with them. But if they're not, I won't. So it's a sine qua non. You do that just to make sure you can keep meeting with them and that they are able to understand what you're talking about. Standard practice.
But you indicated yesterday that she did know who she was, right?
Yes.
She didn't know where she was.
Yes.
But I believe your testimony was that she did remember what happened, but she was foggy as to what happened.
Yes, that's correct.
And she actually, according to your testimony yesterday, asked you for your phone or to access your phone to make a phone call. Was that correct?
Yes.
So she was able to communicate with you.
Yes.
She asked you for something and you clearly understood what she was asking for.
Yes.
And you indicated that she asked to call her husband, right?
Yes.
Had you spoken with her husband before that time?
I did not speak with him at that time. I didn't know him, and I had not spoken to him prior to that time.
So how'd you get the phone number to call him?
I did not have the phone number to call.
So she provided you with a phone number to dial so that she could call him on speakerphone, right?
Yes.
And she remembered the number?
Yes.
And so you indicated on that day, on February 4th, that she left a voicemail, right?
Yes.
So in that voicemail message, were you able to identify that it was Patrick Clancy's phone? Did it say, hey, this is Pat, leave a message or something to that effect?
I don't remember the salutation from the voice recording, but there was no evidence that it was not Patrick Clancy.
And as far as her confidence in the number, she gave it to you with no issue, did she not?
That's correct.
She didn't have her own cell phone to refer to, did she?
That's correct.
Or a pad of paper where all the numbers were written down?
She didn't.
You indicated that she left a message. Do you recall what the message was?
She expressed a love for him, wanted to know how he was doing, and that was pretty much it.
And again, you said that you didn't write down what the mental status exam was, but the fact that she was able to relay that message, was it clear and coherent what she was saying?
Yes, mental status exams are multiple levels. Different things are asked. If you don't know where you are, it doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with someone.
And she was able to have a conversation with you that day.
Yes.
Now, you said you went back on February 6th and met with her again, correct?
Yes.
And you guys made another attempt at calling Patrick.
Yes.
Again, did you remember the number?
No.
Did you have it stored in your phone?
No.
Did she provide you his phone number to call?
Well, it was in my phone. I could just look it up in my phone. I didn't write it down. I didn't enter his name. Either she gave it to me again, or I just looked it up from 2 days prior.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, which it was, do you?
No.
And you didn't write a report about that interaction, did you?
I did not.
So in the second phone call, you were able to actually hear that she was talking with Patrick on the other end, right?
Yes.
And at that time, when you were now second time meeting with her and having this phone call, were you aware that she had already changed her healthcare proxy from Patrick to her parents?
I did not know that.
Did you talk to Patrick in between the 4th and the 6th to find out if he had tried to come in to visit her?
I didn't speak to him at all, so I knew nothing about what his plans or intentions were.
Your testimony yesterday was that she had called him to tell him that she loved him and to see where they were at, right?
Yes.
That was your testimony? Meaning what, their relationship?
That I made no interpretation of what that meant. She left the message and we left it at that.
But in that subsequent conversation that you were a witness to where they were speaking on the phone and she told them about these voices or explained about the voices, did she ask about the kids?
She did not, as I recall.
Now, in all of the times over the course of the last few years that you've met with Miss Clancy, how many times has she told you since the incident that she's heard a voice currently?
She has not heard voices since the event took place in 2023.
And you've now testified that over the course of a period of time that she did hear voices, right?
Yes.
And is that based on one of these 35 hours worth of conversations you had with her? How do you know that?
Well, they were collateral contacts. I spoke to other people who I asked the nature of their interactions with Ms. Clancy, and it was not a fishing expedition. I asked them if they can tell me what happened,
Well, I'm asking
But they
you.
disclosed, pardon me. You have to let them finish. So they disclosed information to me that Ms. Clancy shared that information with them.
So who did she tell that she had a voice that told her to kill herself?
She spoke to a chaplain named Sheila Kavanaugh, who I spoke with. And Chaplain Kavanaugh told me that Ms. Clancy told her that she heard a male voice instructing her to first kill her children and then to kill herself.
So the same message that she delivered to Patrick that day on the phone, you heard from a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital after the incident occurred in January of 2023?
Yes.
And so from all of the records that you reviewed of her treatment and all of the interviews with her family, who did she tell that she heard voices telling her to kill herself?
I believe she told family members.
Which family members?
I believe she may have said that to her mother. She, I believe, told her husband that she felt like killing herself as well.
In the records with the providers, you're aware, you've reviewed them all and you've sat through all of their testimony. You're aware that when she described intrusive thoughts, she never referred to them as a voice telling her to kill herself, did they? Did she?
No, she was referring to...
It's just a yes or no?
No.
So as far as her reports of these intrusive thoughts that appear over and over in the notes, you would agree that it was simply, when asked about what they were, it was simply that she felt like she wanted to die, right?
Yes, and...
It's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you go through what's called the sources of information. You're familiar with that part? It's pretty standard in a forensic report, right?
Yes.
Where you list all of the things that you've gone through and reviewed in compiling the information for your report.
So in my sources of information, I reviewed the following, but that list is not limited to the following. So there might be other pieces of information that I may have reviewed, but didn't put in the list.
Okay, so not on the list are the Tewksbury Hospital records that you said you reviewed recently, correct?
Yes, the 7,000 pages of those hospital notes. I didn't review all of them at the time of the report.
Did you review records from the Spalding Rehab Facility?
Yes.
That's not contained, though, in your list, in your report, is it?
I don't think it is.
And you don't cite to any of the Spalding Rehab records in your report coming to your ultimate conclusions, do you?
I do not.
And how about the women and infant records? Did you list that in your sources of information section?
I do not. She was there for one day.
Okay, but you've testified about that, right?
Yes.
Did you review them at all?
Yes.
And as far as the McLean records, you don't list the McLean records as a source of information in your report, do you?
I did not, but I did review them.
Now, you've described, and you describe in your report, that you believe that Ms. Clancy was hypomanic, right?
Yes.
And I believe you testified to some extent, and you've written in your report that you identify her as euphoric, excessively energetic for 3 months postpartum. Do you remember writing that in your report?
Yes.
That you note that she exercised early, right?
Yes.
But you're aware that she exercised pretty frequently before birth.
Yes.
And while pregnant with Callan.
And while post-pregnancy with her children as well, yes.
So it was part of her routine, fair to say, right?
It's part of everyday living. Things sometimes change when you have a baby, and a few weeks later, if you're still doing the same exercise, it's sometimes a reflection of something other than committed to fitness.
And you identify what you refer to as a marketing scam, being that Beachbody business, right? Yes. But you're aware that that's a series of workouts in a line of nutritional shakes and exercise plans that millions of people engage in across the country.
Yes.
So it's not a scam. It's just a way of
That's
a lifestyle choice.
If you do something for marketing and you lose all your money and there's no effort to get that back, it's a scam.
Yeah. You've asked them, you can kind of figure out what its definition is. So,
did she tell you she lost money with the Beachbody?
Yes.
When was that?
It was summer of 2022 after her third child was born.
No, when did she tell you that she lost money?
I don't recall that.
And is it in your report?
It may be, but I'm not sure.
Well, I have it with me, or do you have it up there? Can you look and point to me where she told you, at what point she told you she lost money in this endeavor?
I don't know where it is. If it's here, it didn't seem relevant whether she lost money in a scam after her child was born.
Well,
in terms of the big picture of what we're here for today.
You've described it as a scam because you said she lost money. So wouldn't it be important to know if she actually lost money?
I don't really think so.
Okay. You also identify the 5-mile race that she completed. Was it a 5-mile race or a 5K race?
Well, I wasn't sure which it was. I was told initially it was a 5-mile race. After my report was submitted, it may have been, with reflection, a 5K race.
And you've sat in the courtroom each and every day of this trial, so you've heard all the testimony about the evidence, right?
Actually, I've not been here every day, but I've been here most days, yes.
You're also aware that prior to the kids being born, that she considered herself a runner.
Yes.
Right? She had a treadmill at her house. She went to the gym and used the treadmill. She ran other races.
Yes.
Now, in your report, you indicate that part of the timeline of her medication and her decline is the September time period where she was prescribed the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And you indicate that she had reported, and it's reflected in the records, that she increased the Zoloft, and that's when she couldn't sleep for 48 hours straight, right?
Yes.
And you're aware of what the instructions were, having reviewed everything in this case, what the pill bottle said as far as the plan for the Zoloft?
I'm not sure specifically the incremental plan to go from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams of Zoloft.
Well, I have the bottle, exhibit number 2. Search for me, not Zoloft, right? Brand name Zoloft.
Yes.
Says take 1 oral tablet once a day for 1 week, then increase to 2 tablets daily thereafter.
Right.
Right on the label.
Right. That's 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And again, having been at the majority of this trial, you aware that there were 30 in that prescription and 23 left in the bottle when they were inventoried.
Yes.
And those are pills that were in Patrick Clancy's possession at the time of these events in January. You're aware, right?
Yes, I believe they were in the middle console on the lower part of his truck, the lower part of the middle console in his truck.
So if there's only 7 pills missing from a prescription that requires the person to take a particular dosage for 1 week or 7 days, how did she double the dose?
Well, sometimes when you are given medication, you may have medication of the same exact dosage and the same exact medication another time, and you therefore may have pills that you didn't take the previous month or the month before that, and sometimes people just finish what they've had before, and before they go on to the most current dose. So I am aware of what you're referring to, but I don't know if there are other bottles there that she may have had medication still in those pill bottles.
Well, I'm looking at exhibit number 1, a record from CVS Pharmacy, which all of these bottles are from. And the only time a prescription for sertraline is filled is on September 15th, 2022 for 30 pills. You aware of that?
Yes?
So there's no prior prescription for sertraline, is there?
I don't think so.
Now, in your report, you also refer to 1129. And your report on page 8, paragraph 2 says on 1129, Paula Gelada. Is that supposed to be Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
Okay. So it also says that she prescribed Seroquel to treat Ms. Clancy's anxiety, depressed and unstable mood, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation and derealization. Where is that in Rebecca Gelada's record that that's why she prescribed Seroquel?
I'm not sure.
And in fact, you were present when Ms. Gelada testified and said that she prescribed it at 25 milligrams for insomnia, not for anxiety, depression, unstable mood, or psychotic symptoms. Did she not?
It's used off-label. It's sometimes medications are made for many things. Sometimes they're used off-label, not for what they're prescribed for. So that's a medication that is used for sleeping, although it's an antipsychotic.
But you're aware from reviewing the records and hearing testimony that that initial prescription was for a 25 milligram dose, correct?
Yes.
I know you're not a prescriber, but you're aware that a dose for treatment of bipolar is significantly higher than 25 milligrams.
Yes.
Now, you've described in your testimony in this court repeated auditory hallucinations about wanting to kill herself or that she should kill herself and that she is damaged or her brain is damaged, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you have a conversation with her in one of these 35 hours about that particular voice or thought or belief?
So when I meet with Ms. Clancy, it's not as if I have one conversation on one of the 35 hours. To have thoroughness and exactitude, one does what we call intra-rater reliability. In other words, over the period of time, to confirm what someone says to you to help endorse the veracity or accuracy of that, you'll ask that question in a multitude of different ways. So I don't just ask once, did you hear a voice on that day? I asked in different ways over time, and her answers pretty much remain the same.
So when you quote in your report, when questioned about the nature and content of these horrible thoughts, Ms. Clancy stated, quote, like a really bad and intrusive thought that I didn't feel like it was mine, telling me I should kill myself, your brain is damaged, you're never going to get better, end quote. Where does the quote come from?
Where does the quote come from?
Right.
She had said that to me.
To you, at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And this is well after the incident occurred, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed all the records to know that she did not endorse that she was hearing a voice to any of her providers between September and January 23rd of 2023.
So when someone...
Yes or no, sir?
That's a difficult question to say yes or no from, because sometimes if someone says something that's inaccurate, it's not an affirmatory or a negative response. That's misleading.
My question to you, though, was where in the records from September to January 23rd or 2022 did she tell any of the providers she saw that she heard a voice telling her to kill herself?
It's not in the records.
Okay. And you're aware that she has spoken to several forensic psychiatrists and psychologists over the course of this case, right? Not just yourself.
Yes, she spoke to 3 retained experts in April 10th and April 12th of 2026. And then on June 12th of 2026, 1,172 days after I initially met with her, then 1,120 days after I met with her. That's the third examiner.
Well, you're aware that you're referring to Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, and Dr. Satoff, correct?
Correct.
But you're aware that she also spoke with Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli well before that.
On May 5th of 2023, approximately 90 days more or less later. Yes.
And you're also aware, sir, that she never told Dr. Resnick in a recorded interview, nor Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, or Dr. Satoff that she heard.
Sustained.
Your testimony is that she told you that she heard this voice. Fair to say she identified to you that it was her own voice that she heard, correct?
That's not correct.
So she told you that she heard a male's voice?
That's correct.
When?
On the night of the incident, January 24th, 2023.
No, I'm referring to the fact that you've now testified that she heard this, as you call it, a persistent what's the word you use? Persecutorial voice over the course of time? Was that your testimony?
So you're referring to the ongoing negative voices or intrusive thoughts that she was hearing,
right?
Where she felt, in fact, other people could hear those voices, thought broadcasting. So there are multiple layers here of hearing intrusive thoughts.
So,
hearing voices so loud that she believed other people could hear her. Those are two separate phenomena, if you will.
In those voices that you're saying she told you she heard about wanting to die or to kill herself or her brain was damaged prior to January 24th of 2023, did she say it was her own voice she could hear? It was her own thoughts?
She did not identify whose voice it was.
Fair to say the only time she specifically said she heard a male voice was when she recounts the events on January 24th of 2023.
Yes, that's accurate.
And you'd agree that there's a difference between the idea that somebody believes their thoughts would be or could be heard by others and the belief that they are being heard by others, right?
Yes, it's a matter of semantics and it's a level of degreeism. Believing and knowing, two totally separate things.
And believing, having a fixed belief like that would be a delusion, right?
That's correct. A delusion is a fixed false belief that is unshakable and not something you get rid of either through your own efforts to tell the voice to go away or other people saying, just, for example, try to stop thinking about it.
And the idea that she believed that something was wrong with her brain, or that if people could know what was happening, that the police might get involved, that is something that could happen if somebody articulates those things, right?
Absolutely. It's common sense.
Now, in your report, you also indicate that, in your testimony, you indicated that on January 5th of 2023, that's when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean Hospital. And I think your testimony was that she went in there on Seroquel and I think you indicated Klonopin, correct?
Yes.
And your report says Seroquel and Klonopin. You recall that?
Yes.
You're aware that based on the medication journal that is in evidence that she hadn't taken Klonopin since November 27th of 2022.
She had a prescription for that, and I think she may have taken some, but may not have been on a regular basis.
But you've seen the pages of her journal to know that she's pretty diligent about saying exactly what she took on each particular date.
Yes.
Leading up to her stay at McLean and even after.
Yes.
Now, kind of sticking with these medications for a second, You have testified, I think this was yesterday, you testified that you were familiar that after Dawson's birth that she had sought some medication, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified yesterday that she was on trazodone, but in fact, she was prescribed Zoloft after Dawson
Yes.
and reported she did never take it,
That's
right?
correct. So after my testimony, I reviewed that and I confabulated the trazodone with another medication, the Zoloft.
And again, you've talked a lot about that the medications that she was taking, the different medications, didn't provide her with any sort of relief. So it's important to know the different medications she was taking and what the reactions were, right?
I don't know if I talked a lot about it. I was asked questions. I answered them honestly. They didn't provide relief. I would agree with that. And that was the whole point of her seeking help.
In her history, whether it be medication history, a social history, a family history, those are all important things overall for you to look at and examine when coming to ultimate conclusions, right?
For everyone, yes, of course.
So it's important to be accurate when you're recalling or reporting that information.
As much as possible as one can be. Yes, that's true.
And as far as the medication goes, I think you testified yesterday that she also took medication in nursing school, correct?
Yes, she did.
And having met with her as many times as you did and reviewing all these records, you're aware that those were in fact Prozac, Wellbutrin, and Propanol that she took in nursing school.
That's correct. That was for her what's called glossophobia, GOLLOSPHOBIA. It's fear of public speaking. Most common fear for Americans. 85% of Americans have public speaking phobia. Pretty commonplace. But yes, those are the medications she took while she was in nursing school to go through the program.
But that's not what you testified to yesterday.
I think I mentioned only 1 or 2 medications. She had taken 3.
Okay. And you also mentioned today in your testimony, you were asked about the date of December 15th. And I believe your testimony was that's the day she went to Women and Infants.
I believe so, yes.
If I show you the record, is it fair to say she didn't go to Women and Infants on the 15th, but it was actually December 20th?
Right. I believe she went to the Mass General Hospital ER on the 15th.
And you said in your testimony today that at the Mass General ER, she did not get any help. Do you recall that testimony?
She declined admission to the inpatient. She didn't want to do that. So
you didn't not get help.
So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have something called the subjective baseline, the cognitive appraisal theme. Help is in the eye of the beholder. If she felt she didn't get help, that's how she felt.
Well, sir, that wasn't the question. And your testimony was she went to the ER and did not get help. That was your testimony, not hers.
Well, my testimony is based on my evaluation of her. This is what Ms. Clancy shared with me. Who am I to doubt what she believes or doesn't believe about the offer for treatment or help? It's her opinion.
She chose to decline the bed at McLean on December 15th, did she not?
Yes.
And she then indicated to the Mass General Hospital that she was going to opt for an outpatient program at the Women and Infants, correct?
Yes.
That's what's in the records.
Yes.
And did she tell you that as well?
Yes.
And as it pertains to the Women and Infants, again, after you review the records, you're aware that a referral had been made to her well before her visit to the ER on the 15th for that same program.
I believe so.
Now, you've indicated in your testimony that it's your opinion that her diagnosis is bipolar disorder with psychotic symptoms, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, you've reviewed, prior to your report, you had reviewed Dr. Resnick's report.
I'm not.
Objection.
Can I see counsel side by? Go ahead, counsel.
So the question, I believe, was, did you review a report of Dr. Resnick in all your sources of information and before you came to a conclusion about diagnosis?
No, I did not.
Well, one moment, sorry. On page 4 of your report, where you...
One second. Okay, I'm sorry, counsel.
On page 4 of your report, where you list the sources of information, you do identify as number 24, forensic psychiatric evaluation of Philip J. Resnick from 9/27/24, do you not?
I do.
And so that's something you reviewed.
I didn't draw my opinion.
That wasn't the question, sir.
Well,
All right, hold on. Ask the question again. Go ahead.
Did you review his report?
That's not the question.
So the question, sir, is did you review Dr. Resnick's report prior to authoring your report or coming to your conclusions about diagnosis?
I reviewed part of that report. And in my report, I perused through the reports. I did not review all of that report from Dr. Resnick or Dr. Spinelli for that matter.
Okay. Now, in talking about your review of records, you indicated that there are several thousand pages of Tewksbury Hospital records, correct?
7,001 page.
And did you review all of those?
I would say I looked through them, but I did not read every word on every page. They do have a tendency to hang together and are replicative as well.
Were you aware that on May 26, 2023, that the defendant was observed by staff in a note stating that she was visible along the unit hallways, self-propelling her wheelchair with her one-to-one staff? She had a visit with her mother who brought dinner for her. They ate and played games during the visit. Are you aware of that?
On May 26th.
May 26th of 2023.
2023. So 3 years ago and a few months. I don't know that. I don't remember.
That would have been approximately 4 months after the incident and on the date of Callan's first birthday, right?
Yes, but you asked if I remember that event, and I don't.
You don't, or you do?
I don't remember that she was seen with her mother on that day who brought food, and she was seen using a wheelchair to travel down the hallway at the hospital. I don't remember.
If I tell you that was read from page 176 of the Tewksbury Hospital records, would you agree with that?
I would not doubt that.
And on December 24th of 2023, were you aware that the defendant was observed at Tewksbury, monitored on one-to-one for safety, that she accepted medication, meals, and snacks? She spent time in the TV room or sitting outside her room, utilizing phone, and visited with family. Do you recall that, reading that note on page 613 of the Tewksbury records?
Of 2023?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't.
And that would have been Cora's birthday.
Okay.
But would you agree with me that if I read that from page 613 in the records, that would be within that 7,001 page of the record?
I would not doubt that.
How about on January 24th, 2024, where she's observed in a note from Tewksbury State Hospital on page 674, saying where the note reads, patient was visible in the milieu, engageable with both staff and select peers. Patient accepted select medications as her baseline, that she was pleasant during interactions, self-propelling in wheelchair in the halls, spending much of the morning and early afternoon in her room and hall on her electronics. Do you recall reading that record?
Not specifically.
And January 24th, 2024 would have been the year anniversary of the incident, correct?
Yes.
But if I read from page 674, you would agree with me that that's part of the Tewksbury record?
Yes, I believe it's part of the record.
And on May 26th of 2024, from page 922 of the Tewksbury record, patient monitored one-to-one for safety. She's been monitored for high suicide risks, accepted medication, says BFK and snacks. She spent some time in the TV room or sitting outside her room utilizing phone. Would you agree that that's a fair reading of page 922?
I have no reason to doubt that.
Okay. And that she's also observed on that same day, visible on the unit while utilizing her phone outside her room, was able to make her needs known appropriately. Patient was observed playing dominoes with peers in the TV room. That was later in the day on May 26, 2024, which would have been Callan's second birthday.
I would believe that that record's probably accurate. I don't remember looking at that record specifically.
How about on September 30th of 2024, page 1,229 of the Tewksbury record, where it's noted that She was visible in the unit, attended startup/coffee group, she was assisted with ADLs as needed. She was in safe behavioral control for the duration of the shift. And that later it reads, patient visible in the hallways, seated in her wheelchair outside her bedroom, using her cell phone, pleasant upon approach, social with select peers. That would have been on September 30th, 2024, which would have been Dawson's 5th birthday. Do you recall reviewing that in the record?
Not off the top of my head, but I have no reason to doubt that it's not an accurate record.
December 24th, 2024, page 1442 of the Tewksbury records. It says the patient was visible on the unit utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and they brought dinner with them. Patient accepted medications and fluids. Patient in good behavioral control, maintaining safety. No SIB noted or reported. What do you have reason to doubt that that's on page 1442 of the Tewksbury record?
I have no reason to doubt that that's not an accurate reflection of what took place that day.
And what's SIB?
Self-injurious behavior.
And so December 24th, 2024, that would have been Cora's 7th birthday, right?
Yes.
So January 24th, 2025, from page 1514 of the Tewksbury records, where it reads inpatient treatment goal, to work on my mental health and to feel better. It says, she participated in morning ADL routine with staff assistance. Patient was visible on the milieu at times in the hallway utilizing her phone. No SIB has been reported this shift. Does that, do you have any reason to doubt that that's contained on page 1514?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And the further observations on that day were that the patient was visible on the unit. She was social with select staff and peers and also seen utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and brought her dinner, and they brought dinner with them. That was, again, on January 24th, 2025, which would have been the 2nd anniversary of this incident, correct?
Yes.
May 26, 2025, page 1782 of the Tewksbury records. It says, she did not engage in any SIB. She was visited by her parents this shift. She attended startup group and watched TV. That would have been on May 26, 2025, which would have been Callan's 3rd birthday. Do you have any reason to doubt that in the record?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And on September 30th, 2025 of the Tewksbury record on page 2056, reads, patient was visible in the hallway using her phone. No SIB or behavioral issues observed or reported. Do you have any doubt? Do you have reason to doubt that that is an accurate read of page 2056?
I have no reason to doubt that that's not accurate.
And that would have been September 30th, which would have been Dawson's 6th birthday, right?
Yes.
And on December 24th of 2025, page 76 of the patient notes in the Tewksbury Hospital records, it reads, ate breakfast, refused lunch, took snacks, utilizing phone, assisted with ADLs, spent some time in the TV room, attended PT, resting in bed after lunch. Do you have any reason to doubt that is contained within the Tewksbury records on page 76?
No.
And December 24th would have been Cora's 8th birthday, correct?
Yes.
And on page 152 of the Tewksbury records, January 24th, 2026, this year. Patient observed for safety, assess mental status, encourage safe behavioral control, monitoring for abrupt behavior change and attempt to prevent escalation or self-harm, encourage patient to participate in groups. That on this particular day, she was also observed compliant with meds, ate breakfast, participated in coffee group, visible in the hallway utilizing her phone, later visited with parents, and had an early lunch. That was on January 24th of 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's within the records?
No.
And that she was later observed to not have any SIB or behavioral issues, again on January 24th, 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's contained within the Tewksbury records?
No. No.
And again, you reviewed or looked at some of them, but not every one of these. But these are already currently in evidence, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit these excerpts as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection? No problem. All right, that may be admitted. Okay, thank you.
And Dr. Zeisel, as far as the records that I just read in, do you know if in those records it indicates that she slept well on all of those occasions?
I wouldn't know. I don't know how.
Well, you would agree that noting her sleeping habits based on this particular individual's history would be an important thing for the hospital to monitor, correct?
I would agree with that.
Now, in this particular case, well, let me ask you, are you familiar with the concept of confirmation bias?
Of course.
And fair to say it's pretty prevalent in most areas of science and forensic psychology and psychiatry, correct?
It courses all domains of work and life.
And as far as confirmation bias for psychiatry or providers, fair to say that clinicians are warned that they may lean towards or support their own theories and overlook contradictory evidence. And that you have to be aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And again, in forensic psychology, the goal is to render an objective opinion, right?
Yes, the facts come to you. You don't go to the facts.
Okay. And there's a danger for clinicians and forensic psychologists of quickly forming an initial diagnosis before having all the information, correct?
Yes.
And that confirmation bias accounts for the fact that a lot of times people, clinicians and providers will cling to diagnoses and interpret subsequent information in light of that kind of already perceived idea. Is that fair to say?
They cling, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. They cling to a diagnosis?
Well, once a diagnosis is reached, they cling to that diagnosis when interpreting subsequent information.
That happens, yes.
And but you would agree that in practice of forensic psychology that it's important not to do that, right?
Particularly with the guidelines of criminal responsibility where you don't need a diagnosis. You just need a mental disease or defect.
The diagnoses are helpful in understanding whether the person was suffering from this legal construct of a mental disease or defect, correct?
That's fair to say.
And it's fairly accepted in the field that if somebody has a disorder or a diagnosed mental illness, that they then in turn suffer from a mental disease or defect. Or could.
Or could, because you can have a phobia. Doesn't mean you have a mental disease or defect. If you're afraid to jump out of airplanes, it can make you ineffective and have a defect or a disease. So yes, it could.
Ask you keep your voice up.
Yes, Ron. So it could, but it doesn't always have to.
Thank you.
Of course.
And you're aware of the danger of this idea of confirmation bias of having multiple relationships and conflicts in this type of work, correct?
Yes.
And that's why it's important not to be treating somebody as a patient when you're also evaluating them for this type of legal issue, right?
Of course, you cannot be the therapist and the examiner. The therapist is an advocate. The examiner looks for the truth.
And do you recall in this case submitting recommendations to the court in November of 2025 about the defendant regarding accommodations for her?
I know in general, but I don't know specifically what those accommodations requests were. I can't remember them.
But you authored and signed a letter dated November 13th, 2025 to the court, correct?
Yes, but I'm saying I don't remember specifically what those recommendations were. I know I did that.
I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking if you wrote the letter.
Hold on, just ask me a question. Doctor, if you listen to the question.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking if you wrote the letter, sir.
Yes.
And in that letter, you refer to providing essential clinical findings regarding the transportation of my patient, Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
And so at various points throughout over the years of this case, you have referred to it as your patient, have you not?
I wouldn't be, I think, able to define her as something else. She was a patient who I did a forensic evaluation of.
Well, you referred to the court outside of this evaluation you're testifying about to her as your patient in this letter from November 13th of 2025.
Right. I evaluated Ms. Clancy, who was a patient. If I evaluated her, then she's my patient, as she is other doctors' patients at Tewksbury and other places that she's been at.
But you call her my patient in the letter.
I wrote the letter. Whose patient would I be referring to if I'm speaking about Ms. Clancy, given that she's my patient? Yes, I wrote she was my patient. That's correct.
Okay. And you're aware of, again, the APA guidelines on forensic psychology, where it warns therapeutic forensic role conflicts. Providing forensic and therapeutic psychological services to the same individual involves multiple relationships that may impair objectivity and or cause exploitation or other harm. You're aware of that, section 4.02?
Yes.
And in this particular case, since the beginning, you've appeared regularly in court hearings, right?
Yes.
You've appeared with Attorney Reddington at arraignment proceedings.
At his request, yes.
Both here and at Tewksbury State Hospital, where you were sitting next to the defendant.
Yes.
And you also, on February 8th of 2023, participated in a news conference, did you not?
Yes.
It was outside the courthouse here.
Yes.
And you gave an interview with the Daily News where you commented on this.
I just made a comment. That's correct.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to play a clip of the news conference, please.
Mr. Reddington? Why not? All right.
Thanks. What I can say without going too far is that her affect is absolutely flattened. She's in a very surreal state. It feels dreamlike to her, as she's described to me on multiple occasions. And individuals who can present as being lucid, linear, and clear thinking do not make those people not mentally ill.
they have the capacity for, on occasion, to be able to do things that they've been doing for a long period of time. When you have delusional thinking, fixed beliefs that are unchangeable, and hallucinations, namely command hallucinations, telling you to do things, telling you to do things that are malevolent, and you believe those voices that are telling you you need to follow what they say, that's when things go downhill behaviorally, psychiatrically, and familially. And that's what we see in the most tragic of cases where individuals could be healthy and normal, and quite frankly, because they're paranoid and worried about what others think, they hold back on what they share. And in some cases throughout the country and the world, these are people who one day will be functioning well, but because they have the onset of command hallucinations, which they fear to, they believe the voice, they have to do something, that's when tragedy occurs. And I think that sort of is under the override rubric that this case falls under.
So, sir, on December 8th of 2023, when you provided that your observations, you had met with the defendant on 2 occasions, correct?
I believe 3 occasions.
Okay. Had you any of the records that have been presented in the course of this trial?
No.
Any of the records that are listed in your sources of information?
No.
And as you sit here and testify today, you've testified to the same conclusions, correct?
What I said was individuals like that present this way. I was not referring to Ms. Clancy. I said individuals who have these symptoms, like the ones I clarified, present that way. That was not an assessment of Ms. Clancy. That was an assessment of people who go through major mental health crises.
But as you sat here today, you've talked about the fact that she had delusional thinking, the fact that she had command hallucinations, the fact that she believed that these voices and that she was paranoid and worried. You've consistently testified about that throughout the course of yesterday and today, correct?
So
it's a yes or no.
You make it impossible to answer that question.
All right, the next question.
In addition to, you testified today that a person in a psychotic state can do things they've done before, but it might be hard for them to do new tasks, right?
Yes.
So if it's something that is part of their daily life, getting up, caring for the kids, feeding, making a meal, driving a car, those are things that people do every day and a lot of times don't even have to think about, right?
Yes. No thinking necessary.
But you're
response, automatic response.
You're aware that on this particular day of this incident, on January 24th of 2023, that the defendant took Cora to the doctors, right?
Yes.
And you indicated in your testimony today that it was for a regular checkup, but in your report, you identified that it was for a stomach ache, right?
Yes, she had a stomach ache.
But in addition to maybe her having a stomach ache, she had previously had this visit scheduled, and you're aware of that now, correct?
Yes.
And at the doctor, there was a recommendation made for an over-the-counter medication, right?
Yes.
And the defendant was able to process that information, take it back with her, and then later, not immediately after the visit, but later in the day, search for where to get that medication, right?
Psychosis doesn't lower your intellectual functioning, so you can do all those things. So
well, that wasn't my question. My question was, did she do those things?
Yes, so that's correct.
Okay. And would you've talked a lot about that a person can operate as normally as they can, but fair to say, if you're in a psychotic state, that person themselves has a significant amount of distress, right?
Yes.
And that in order to mask those symptoms, it requires an enormous amount of control. Does it not?
It depends on the level and the extremism of the psychotic processing. So some people will hear voices that are nominal, they whisper. Some people hear voices that are yelling and screaming. So it's on a range, it's a continuum. So the more upsetting, more powerful, demanding the voice, the more difficult it might be to resist it and do other things. The less, the easier it is.
In all of the time between September of 2022 and January 23rd of 2023, at any point in which the defendant heard these voices about harming herself, she didn't act on them then, did she?
That's correct, yes. She did not act on those. She sought help instead.
One moment, please. Your Honor, I would move to admit the recording played as the next exhibit.
I'm sorry, this is the what?
The recording that was played, I move to enter it as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
I can find it. Here it is. Thank you. 284.
Thank you.
I have no further questions at this time.
Let's talk about confirmation.
Can I sit down, please?
Oh, hold on. Let Ms. Buckingham
Thank you.
have a seat.
Confirmation bias. In the field of forensics, interface of science and the law, trial of cases, hiring experts, having people give an opinion that a jury is going to listen to. Confirmation bias means that the individual might want to help out the person that they're testifying for. Is that right?
It can be, yes.
So in other words, if you have a shooting case and you're a ballistics guy, and without the ballistics showing that the defendant's gun shot the victim, the government has no case. They may send an email to that witness and say, hey, I really need your help here. And that might influence them, right?
Yes.
Now you got involved with this case, as you indicated, out of my request, obviously.
Yes.
Compassion.
Correct.
The fact you had a young lady that was literally in extreme condition, emotionally, physically, you went to speak with her, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you care for her?
I do.
And is that a violation of the canon of ethics for professionals like you if you care for your patient?
Not at all. Within the ethical standards, it's also noted to do an appropriate and meaningful forensic evaluation. It's strongly suggested you develop empathy and rapport. And when you have those two psychological constructs, you get more information from the respondent. You do not cherry pick the information. You include warts and all in your report. That avoids confirmatory bias, and you avoid confirmatory bias by also not looking at conclusions that other examiners come up with when they render their opinions, and you do your evaluations independent of anyone else. You do it by yourself.
How many times did you see her?
At the time that my report was
No, right about now.
60 times.
How many hours have you put in sitting with Lindsay, either in the hospital or evaluating?
More than that, roughly.
And you have all of that information that you have brought here today to testify to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you confirmed bias? Are you not telling the truth just to help Lindsay out, or is this your opinion based upon your review of the records, your interview of her, whether or not you care for her or not.
Overruled.
I am telling the truth. She
Yeah. You can re-ask that question. That answer will be stricken.
So you can't tell someone you're telling the truth. And that's up to the jury to decide. Your opinion is based upon all of the times that you met with Lindsay, right?
yes,
All of the documents that you've reviewed, all of this, all the exhibits, everything you're aware of, right?
yes, as well as collateral contacts.
And in the course of your treatment and evaluation of her, one of the things the DA asked you about is the request that we brought to the court for accommodations. Do you recall that question from her?
Yes,
And is it your understanding that the request that we had seeking help from the judge was that she not be chained to a van when she's brought into this courthouse
Objection.
No,
for 5-week trial?
yes, from Tewksbury to Plymouth.
And her medical condition with her paralysis and all of the rest of the bodily functions that you lose, that's a concern, isn't that right?
Very much so, yes.
And we also had to have the help of nurses that would be available in the event that there was any type of emergency issue, correct? That we had to
Objection.
ask of the
No,
court.
overruled.
Yes, they're here every day.
So confirmation bias, can you tell this jury, is your opinion based upon money? Maybe you like me, maybe you want to help her, or is that based to your best ability as a professional of many, many years?
Yes. Confirmation bias is coming up with a conclusion before you reach an opinion. It's in Latin a tabula rasa, a blank slate. You draw no conclusion. The conclusion finds you. And if you don't do that, you are at risk of having confirmation bias.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical and see if the hypothetical fits within your understanding as an expert of confirmation bias. Let's say hypothetically that a young woman is involved in an incident such as this that results in the death of her 3 babies. And that young woman is paralyzed. And that young woman is in a hospital. That young woman is facing indictments for triple homicide. And the incident occurred on January 24th, 2023. And it's not until 2026 that the district attorney's office hires 3 doctors.
Objection.
Sustained.
Sidebar?
We're going to take a short break at this point, give you a chance to take a break, and then we'll come right back and we'll continue with the testimony of this witness. Okay.
All rise, please. Your next.
Jurors, I exit the courtroom. This court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess at this time. Thank you. Yeah.
All rise, please, jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the Eastern Travis.
All right, we'll return now to redirect counsel.
Thank you. So as it relates to the concept of confirmatory bias, sir, in your opinion, with your experience, does the period of time within which an expert is hired by one side or another to evaluate a person and give an opinion, in other words, if it's a compressed period of time as opposed to an expanded period of time, is that one indication of confirmatory bias?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the examiner and the situation. It can be, but individuals who pay attention to that concern should maintain healthful boundaries and not have any confirmatory bias.
What does that mean?
It means stay in your lane.
That's better. Now, one of the things that the district attorney did is took the 7,001 pages of the records from Tewksbury Hospital and read excerpts from them to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay, after she was taken from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's, then from Brigham and Women's to the rehab, Spalding Rehab, she ended up in Tewksbury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Tewksbury's been very good. I mean, in your opinion, have they been good with her? And
Fantastic.
Fantastic. But nevertheless, that is still a facility that is a state facility, right?
Yes.
And the district attorney asked you about the plan to have Lindsay go to another facility, Worcester, I think it was.
Worcester Recovery Center Hospital.
Is that a relatively new facility?
It's, I believe, the newest facility in the Commonwealth.
And did we have Lindsay evaluated to have her transferred to Worcester Hospital?
Yes.
Was she allowed to make entry into Worcester facility?
She was not.
Why is that?
She was not allowed because she
Overruled.
She was not allowed because she has pending criminal charges.
That'd be this case here, right?
That's this case here.
And the district attorney took the 7,000 pages in one of the records and apparently went through them to the anniversary of the death of her 3 children, correct?
Yes.
went through them to highlight each birthday of her 3 children. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, you've been in a lot of mental institutions and facilities in the Commonwealth and out of the state, correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the fact that a woman who is paralyzed is propelling herself down the hall from one room to another is indicative of anything?
Not at all.
How about the fact that her mother and father, who have been with her for 3 years and practically missed not one day of sitting with her and bringing her dinner or lunch, is that something that would be indicative of undercutting the fact that the woman was suffering from mental disease or defect?
That's indicative of love. And
How about the fact that she's talking to other inmates or people that are patients? And in your review of the records, would you tell us your opinion as to her level and degree of popularity, bluntly, in that particular ward?
she is extremely, extremely well regarded and well liked on that unit by everyone.
Overruled.
How about in reviewing the records, I didn't hear that she's laughing and partying and having a good time while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Did you see anything like that?
No, Lindsay Clancy has bad days and worse days.
And when you speak with her and meet with her, doctor, has she ever mentioned her children? Because apparently, according to the questioning that you underwent, she never talks about her kids.
She does speak about her children.
What does she say?
She really loves them and misses them and thinks of them every single day, almost every moment of the day.
And finally, doctor, I'm holding up what has been marked as Exhibit 1 or I don't know, for identification. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And in your dealing with Lindsay and interview with collateral contacts such as Patrick, do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is called a wish vase.
And what does that mean and what is it?
This is a vase that Miss Clancy and her husband purchased in Hawaii when they went on their honeymoon shortly after getting married.
Yeah, sure. See sidebar, please.
Your Honor, I would hand this to Chrissy to have it back.
All right. Over the Commonwealth's objection, that may be admitted.
Thank you very much.
All right. Commonwealth?
Very briefly, please. Doctor, how many defendants that you've evaluated for criminal responsibility have you spent 35 hours evaluating?
One.
Is that
One other person.
And however, how many other defendants have you evaluated that you've testified that you care deeply for them?
I would say one other one.
And how many other defendants have you given press conferences about?
None.
And how many other defendants that you've evaluated have you gone back every day into the lockup to check on?
I was sequestered on all those other trials. So I was not even allowed in the court.
Now, you were asked about confirmation bias and given a hypothetical about so if somebody was asked to examine a gun, right? You recall that
Yes,
line
I
of
do.
questioning?
Yes.
You were hired by the defense in this case, were you not?
Yes.
And as far as your conversations with the defendant about her children, you're also aware that she continually refers to this situation as my tragedy, does she not?
That moniker of my tragedy, that's just one of the things that she'll say.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And what's the reason that, with the understanding of the court permission, that you go to the lockup and see her during this trial?
I go to the lot.
Sustained.
Well, while she's in Tewksbury, counsel kept referring to SID, SI. What is SI?
SI is suicide intention or suicide ideation.
In Tewksbury, excuse me, in Tewksbury, has there been a concern of suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what, as a result of that, SI, as counsel kept repeating to you through the records, is her status at Tewksbury?
She's on a constant one-to-one to ensure that Ms. Clancy doesn't take her own life.
And that is somewhat similar to the reference in Brigham and Women's Hospital when you were talking with her that there was a nurse that was sitting in the corner of the room at all times. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Inferentially, was able to hear any conversation that you had with Lindsay, right?
I asked those people to leave.
Thank you.
Counsel, can I see just one?
So finally, I will ask you again, what, to your understanding, is the purpose of you during this trial going back, as the counsel asked you about, to the lockup with Lindsay?
To ensure that Ms. Clancy is stable and competent to stand trial.
Any concerns as far as her SI?
She's in good hands at the moment, but there's always a concern that sits directly below the surface.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Attorney Buckingham, please.
Dr. Zeisel, in 3 years, she's never made an attempt to harm herself, has she? Other than January 24th, 2023.
No.
All right. Anything further?
Questions, Judge? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
It's up to Your Honor as to the voir dire on McLean Hospital witness or Dr. Spinelli. I know.
All right. Counsel, let me see in regards to the timing on another one of those moments I've got to talk to council about a matter that I've got to talk to them outside of your presence. All right, so I thought we'd do it at this point and excuse you till 2:00. We'll take up the next witness. We're going to stay in here and we're going to take up that other matter. All right, and so with that, during the break, remember, same instructions. Don't talk about it. Don't do any research about it. Don't read anything. Don't go anywhere in regards to this. And I'll see everybody at 2:00. Okay.
All rise, please. Your executive.
Jurors have exited the quorum. This court's the session. Please be seated.
All right. All right, council, we ready to do the voir dire of Ms. Thorndike?
Thank you. She should be right outside.
Do solemnly swear that you shall make true answers to such questions that shall be put to this matter.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record, please.
Emily Thorndike, Thorndike.
And what town do you live in?
I actually live in Brooklyn, New York, but I summer on Cape Cod. I'm spoiled like that, so I'm in
Okay.
Chatham.
So where do you live now?
Brooklyn,
But where you live? Are you
in Chatham.
Chatham?
Yes.
And what do you do for work?
I own my own therapy practice right now, so I'm practicing as a business owner and a therapist.
And what is the name of the business?
It's called Wise Mind Therapy Practice.
What is it?
Wise Mind.
Wise Mind?
Yeah.
Okay. And where is that located?
It's a virtual practice, so yeah.
And how long have you been doing that?
So I had my own private practice I opened that January 2023. And then this past May, I expanded. I hired somebody. So technically it's a group practice, but I've owned my own business technically for, 4 years?
So tell us your educational background, please.
I went to Dover Sherburne High School and I went to Hartwick College and then I went to Boston College School of Social Work.
And what degrees do you have?
So I have my master's in social, I have my BA in sociology. I have my master's in social work, and then I have 2 social work licenses, I guess. You have to get one before the other. So I only go by a licensed independent clinical social worker. So, but you have to get it's very confusing. You have to get 2 licenses essentially.
You have those licenses?
Yes.
Within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Yes.
Now, your employment, can you tell us what your employment history was since I guess you got your master's at BC or something?
Since I got my master's at BC, I did my final year internship at McLean Hospital at their trauma program. And then once I graduated, got my MSW, my master's of social work, and then my social work license, I was offered a per diem position at that program. And I did that position for, I think it was 2 to 3 months. And then I was rehired. I went back to the short-term unit at McLean, which I had previously worked at.
So when you say the short-term unit, is
Yes.
that also referred to as the STU?
Yes, we call it the STU. It's just short-term unit. It's also referred to as AB1, which is admissions building first floor.
Now, are you familiar with this case of Lindsay Clancy?
I'm only familiar about it from what I watched before I was sequestered, but other than that, I don't know the case at all.
And when you say what you watched before you were sequestered, what does
Yes.
that mean? What did you watch?
I think it was not this past Thursday, but the one before that. I'm not going to recall the date off the top of my head, but that's when, you had told me that I'm sequestered and to no longer watch the trial or consume any of it.
So what were you watching?
I had just been watching like the day to day, like the live stream and just, yeah.
Why is that?
I'm interested in the case. I honestly got into sort of watching trials from the Karen Reed trial, and then I wanted to watch this case. And obviously, I worked at McLean, so I was curious to watch it.
And when did you work at McLean?
I started there in 2014, and then I left there in December 2021.
So how many years is that?
Oh, 7 years, 8 months, I think.
And what was the nature of your work? What'd you do?
I started as a mental health specialist there, which I think you can sort of try to summarize as those are the counselors are sort of directly on the unit with the patients. Our main role is to keep patients safe, really. So you're doing a lot of safety checks. You are putting eyes on patients to make sure they're not trying to harm or kill themselves. And we do crisis intervention. So when those things are happening, because they do, we are the ones to intervene. And unfortunately, there are a lot of restraints that happen on those units, and that's one of our main jobs.
So the STU that you referred to, are there a couple of them at McLean? Or?
So I'll try to explain it. When I first started there in 2014, it was one unit with 28 beds. During the time I was there was a renovation. They expanded the unit. It's a little confusing, but in 2016, I believe it became two separate units operating the same way. So there's short-term unit north, and then there's short-term unit south. And now south has 22 beds and north has 23. So that's why you'll see like, AB1S or, so they're the same unit, but there's a south side and a north side, if that makes sense.
When you were working in that particular unit, is that the same unit that Lindsay Clancy was in for the 4 to 5 day period?
Yes, I worked on both north and south for a significant amount of time.
And for all those years that you worked there, did you work days, nights, weekends, holidays?
So days and evenings, I preferred the evening shift, but you're supposed to do both, day and evening. I didn't do night. Sometimes you get mandated and you have to work an evening and a night shift, which is always pretty brutal, but I was day and evening.
Now, how about the staffing at STU, your experience?
So there's always I can sort of start with the week, I guess. There's always 4 mental health specialists and 4 nurses during the week for the day shift. And then in the evening, it's 4 mental health specialists and 3 nurses. And then there's one and a half. It's hard to explain. There's at night, there's 3 mental health specialists, and then there's 1 nurse on north and 1 nurse on south, and then there's a nurse that goes in between at night to help both sides.
And how many beds are in the north and the south?
North is 23, south is 22.
And which one was Lindsay in?
South.
Are you familiar with the Code of Mass Regulations or regulations that mandate or require certain staffing levels within that particular unit, the STU of McLean?
Yes, like the Department of Mental Health regulations.
Can you tell the judge what your understanding of the regulations from the DMH would be on staffing?
Yeah, so the Department of Mental Health has to oversee all of the mental health facilities in Massachusetts, and they have specific requirements for safety regulation, for staffing ratios, how the unit has to be set up. For example, there was a renovation while I was there to adjust handles on a sink because you could use it to harm yourself. So DMH, there's usually an annual or biannual inspection, and they will go around and they will look at charts, they will look at the unit, so they oversee everything.
And they mandate how many doctors or nurses or safety people would be on a particular unit?
Yeah, they definitely have those requirements.
And what's your understanding of those requirements?
I believe, I don't want to say, I'm not sure exactly. Like I know McLean follows those regulations, but I guess there's potential that McLean might go higher than the ratio. I'm not sure. So you have to at minimum have a certain amount of staff, but I'm not exactly sure on that.
Are you aware in this case that McLean forwarded to the district attorney's office and the court certain discovery?
Yes.
Indicating how many doctors, nurses, and safety workers. Did you have a chance to read that?
I did.
All right. Is it your understanding that the requirements of the DMH and minimum staffing on, well, let's say on weekends and holidays, for example, does that change year to year, or is that pretty static?
It's never changed. I mean, it didn't change from when I was there and with that document. So I guess that goes to what 2023 it was. So it didn't, that was how it was when I started. Well, I guess one caveat, when it changed from a 28 bed unit to 22 and 23, there was, different numbers, because with 28 patients, you have to have, a certain number of staff. But so since it's been 22 and 23 patients on those two units, the staffing has not changed from when I started there and from that document that I reviewed.
Now, you indicated that you, because of your interest, were watching the proceedings on this case.
Yes.
On what, YouTube or something? Or
yeah, whatever
TV?
you can, yeah.
And you had the occasion to hear the cross-examination of Patrick Clancy by the district attorney, is that right?
Yes.
You mean the direct?
I'm sorry?
The direct of
Sorry,
Clancy.
you're right. It's been a long week. Okay, direct examination. And the focus was on the fact that when Lindsay went into the hospital, it was on New Year's Eve. Is that correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that she was there for that holiday weekend, and then I think the following Monday was a holiday.
Yes.
Okay. And you heard the direct examination of the district attorney asking about McLean being number one hospital in the country, McLean having all of these services available to the inmates that are in there, treating them, offering all these fantastic programs on the holiday weekends and the holidays, as opposed to what Patrick had testified to. Did you see that?
We re-asked that question. I think I understand, but.
Okay, when you were watching on the television.
Yeah.
You saw, or the computer, you saw the questioning of the district attorney of Patrick Clancy.
Yep.
You heard Patrick Clancy make reference to the fact that his wife admitted herself into the STU on a holiday weekend, New Year's.
Yes.
Was there all that weekend.
Right.
Into a holiday.
Right.
And the district attorney then questioning Patrick inquired as to whether he was aware that it was the best hospital in the country, that there were many doctors and nurses and staff available and programs available, and Lindsay wasn't interested in any of that, right?
Yes, that's what I took from it.
Now, in your 8 years, however many years of experience that you had, is that what your understanding was in that unit?
No, that's not what I was understanding. No.
So tell the judge what your understanding was from your experience, hands-on, day after day, working in the STU for all of those years.
Right.
But you also were a supervisor of the STU at one time.
I actually wasn't. I became a social worker there. So I guess you could, one way to look at it is that, the social worker and the psychiatrist, you are the treatment team. So you're making all the decisions for the patients. And so the nurses and the mental health specialists, I don't like to create a hierarchy, but they are operating underneath you. So in a way I'm supervising, but I was never a direct supervisor.
Now, you came out with a TikTok or
I did.
A reel or whatever you call it.
Yeah, TikTok.
And would you agree with me that you were pretty angry when you did that?
Yeah, definitely emotional.
So tell the judge, why were you emotional when you did that TikTok?
Well, it's a lengthy TikTok. It's about 10 minutes. And I was emotional because I felt like what was discussed in court was not aligned with what my experience was. I noted several things. I'll try to summarize some of them. There was mention that there's individual therapy on the unit. There is not. There was mention of seeing a doctor every day. I felt like there was some misleading of that. You do see a doctor every day, but on the weekends and on a holiday, it's one doctor who's seeing all of the patients. The meetings can be as short as 1 minute. Many patients decline those meetings. And the doctor who's there on the weekend and holidays is seeing 23 patients. So I felt it was misleading to indicate that there's sort of a in-depth doctor session when it's very brief.
How about programs that are offered, like making things out of clay and crayons and stuff like that?
Yes, there's clay on the unit. It's called Model Magic. It's a non-toxic kid. It's it's advertised for kids, but it's on the unit. It's in the nursing station. It's out on the unit. There is a lot of coloring. There's a specific group that I saw in the documents I reviewed called Music and Mandalas. Mandalas are basically adult coloring books. The designs are kind of abstract. You could compare it to like looking through a kaleidoscope or something, and you color them in. And Music and Mandalas is a group where you play music and the patients color.
So you understand from watching the proceedings that you became emotional over is that Lindsay went in on New Year's Eve with some fairly serious
Right.
symptomology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick indicated that they were, quite frankly, pretty bluntly disgusted with the help and the care that was allegedly offered to her, right?
Right.
And you were upset about what you felt was a misleading of this witness based on the questions that were asked. Is that right?
Yes.
And Patrick had made reference to the fact that she was doing coloring and she was in the groups that were sitting there dealing with the clay, and that basically they felt that it was not, bluntly, any help.
Yes, and there's very minimal like family contact when the main treatment team is not there. So it's not abnormal that families wouldn't be getting like regular or like in-depth updates of what's going on. You're sort of supposed to wait until the treatment team comes back, whether it's on a Monday or in this case a Tuesday, since Monday was a holiday. That's the team who's going to be working with the patient. So most updates and communication with family and with providers aren't going to happen over the weekend either.
Now, one of the things that occurred, just for the background, is that your TikTok was observed by me, and I tried to reach out to you and couldn't find you.
That's correct.
And then I had a private investigator, Bob Jones, hunt you down, kind of, and ended up in front of your house.
No, Bob and I were sort of chuckling about that because he never ended up outside of my house, but the rest of it is all accurate. So he wasn't outside of my house, but the rest of that was true.
So he was able to locate you.
He was,
He was able to talk to you.
He was, yes.
Get your contact information.
Yes.
Provide that to me.
Yep.
And as a result of that, I reached out to you, and then you indicated that you initially somewhat reluctant, but then ultimately agreed to get involved and talk to the judge, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, the district attorney is objecting to your testimony, and I believe they're going to argue that the change from that 1 year period, when did you leave working there?
I want to say my last date was like December 18th. I since working there, you don't get a lot of holidays off. So out of all my time there, I said, I'm going to leave right before the holidays and be able to enjoy that. So I believe it was December 18th, but mid-December, 2021.
2021.
Yeah.
And when was Lindsay in there?
December 31st, right? She came in on New Year's Eve, what would that be? 2022, right? Yeah. Yeah.
So in your opinion, is there a change that is significant in the staffing, in the nurse to patient ratio, in the safety issues, the crayons, the coloring, and all of that? Is there any change from that 1 year that you left to the time that she was in there?
From the records I reviewed as well, those are exactly the same staffing ratios, and all of the groups are the same.
So there's no change whatsoever?
Not from what I can tell from what I reviewed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kamal?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So you are currently a social worker who does their own licensed independent clinical social worker, right? That's the license.
Title,
When
yeah.
you're saying
Yes.
that's really what you kind of go by.
Yes, I'm a social worker by trade, you could say, but I'm practicing as a therapist.
And you do that virtually?
Yes.
So you don't have a brick and mortar where clients come and engage in therapy with you, right?
No, rent is expensive. So right now I'm all virtual.
And you indicated that in your time at McLean Hospital that you first started as a per diem, and that was as a mental health specialist, right?
I didn't start per diem there. I started at a 32-hour position. The per diem, there's another position I held at McLean, which is called a community residence counselor. That was a per diem position. And then the social work position I took after graduating and before I went back to McLean, the short-term unit, that was a per diem position.
So the per diem role that you had, how long did you do that role?
On which unit?
Well, you just said,
right.
When I asked you about working per diem, you said you were the community resident counselor.
Yes, I mentioned two per diem positions, so I just wanted to be clear. I believe it was around a year. It was on the side while I was working on the short-term unit. That was the main unit I worked on, but since I was 32 hours, I was interested in that particular McLean program, so I picked up a shift, every so often, but I was primarily on the short-term unit.
As what, though? As a
mental health specialist, yep.
And so you said once you got your master's, you took on a role of clinical social worker there, right?
So yes, I did.
And that was in September of 2019?
Yes.
And you said you had a chance to review the records that were sent over by McLean, right?
Right.
Now, when you were a social worker from September of 2019 to December of 2021,
yeah,
what was your schedule?
So I would come in around 9. You could view it as sort of normal business hours. My clinical rounds that I did with all the multidisciplinary staff was at 9:55. So that was kind of a little bit of my start time, but generally probably like 9 to 5, you could say.
And was that Monday through Friday?
Yes, I did cover weekends on occasion. Social workers, you're not required to, but it's kind of highly encouraged. So, every once in a while, I would cover a weekend as a social worker.
And you're aware that the records that came from McLean Hospital indicate that during the time period of January 1st to January 15th of 2023, that the social worker role was a day position that was Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
And that on January 1st, which was a Sunday, there was no social worker there.
Yeah, I saw that.
And on January 2nd, which would have been the observed holiday for New Year's, there was no social worker there.
That's what I saw.
Okay. And while you would pick up shifts, the majority of your schedule was 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
From 2019 to 2021.
Yeah, I did regularly pick up weekends, but yes, primarily I was there during the week.
Okay. Now, you provided Attorney Reddington with some kind of typed up notes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where you outlined kind of what your experience was on the unit and how inpatients were, how inpatient experiences went, the schedule and that kind of thing. And you noted that as far as the treatment team, which you referred to yourself as a social worker, worked with a psychiatrist, right?
Right.
And you identified that in your experience, there was 3 teams, red, green, or blue.
Yes.
But you are also aware that the records show that every day during the week, that the treatment team of a social worker and a psychiatrist, there was 4 social workers and 4 psychiatrists that were on shift.
Right.
So where's the 4th?
So the numbers aren't equal. So the medical director often took residents. So he would have a little bit less of a caseload. The lead social worker on the unit, she would go in between the different units. So she would take a smaller caseload on one unit. So for example, I had 8 patients on my caseload, but one of my social work colleagues would have 6. So it's not an even distribution of the 3, some of the doctors and some of the social workers just carried a different number of caseload. So,
but your testimony today, after having now reviewed the records, is that it's always been 4 social workers, 4 doctors.
Yeah, I didn't say that there wasn't before.
Well, we don't, that's why you're here, because we don't know.
Yeah, I
what
just
you said
thought I
before.
answered your question. So, but yes.
And you came aware of this case by watching the trial, right?
Yes.
And so would you say that how many days of the trial did you watch?
All of them up until that point.
What point? What day?
I'm not remembering the date exactly. Not last Thursday, but the Thursday before.
What was the last content of testimony that you remember watching?
I believe it was maybe Patrick's friends, or I was aware that there were doctors testifying. Mr. Reddington made sure I was not watching anymore, and that there were doctors coming up that were particularly important for me to not watch.
And you were asked by Attorney Reddington here about observing that testimony or the direct examination of Patrick. And I think he mentioned where it was referred to that McLean was the best hospital in the country. Do you recall that being the question that was asked of Patrick Clancy?
I don't recall.
And in fact, the Commonwealth didn't ask about his opinions of the status of the hospital, but did just verify with reference to records whether or not he knew his wife participated in particular things that were contained within the records. Did you see that in the testimony?
Yes.
And so you're aware that the testimony actually was that, or the question was, were you aware that she declined groups?
Yes.
And that's based on records you've never seen, right?
Correct.
And as far as the contact with the staff and the doctors, meaning nurses or social workers or whatnot, you haven't reviewed any of those records, right?
I have not.
And so you don't know the extent. You don't know the extent of what the interaction was with the nurse and the patient, do you?
I mean, there are some general guidelines that you have to follow. I can't tell you the content within them, but for example, mental health specialists, you're not supposed to meet with a patient longer than 20 minutes because you have other things to do. So I can't speak specifically to what happened in those conversations, but I know the general gist of how everybody's role works.
But you, when you say everybody's role, did you ever perform the role of a nurse?
No, but I work directly with them. I'm operating on the job description. It says specifically you're under the direction of the nurse. So I worked directly with nurses.
Do you go through the same training as a nurse?
No.
As far as what your knowledge is of mental health specialists, fair to say the last time you were employed as a mental health specialist there and did that work yourself was in May of 2019.
Yep.
And then you transitioned to being a social worker where you worked closely with a psychiatrist and primarily Monday through Friday.
Yeah, psychiatrists, the nurses, and the mental health specialists, you all really work together.
And you can only attest to what you would put in a note, right? As far as your contact with a patient as a social worker?
No, you have access to all of the patients on the unit. So I'm able, and it's not a HIPAA violation to do that because we all work together. Sometimes I cover other social workers' patients. So I do have access. You have access to all of the records in every patient's file. So you can read everybody's notes.
I guess my question, and that probably was a bad question, but my question is to you. When you are the social worker for a patient on the treatment team that you've described, you enter the information into the note for the social worker that becomes part of the record.
Correct.
And those are your words, your observations, your contact.
Correct.
You don't write them for other people, do you?
No, but we have to follow a certain format. So for example, we have to write a biopsychosocial note, which is a fairly lengthy assessment, but that's a social work. I learned that in grad school, so I don't know how everybody writes their notes, but we have to follow a pretty strict format to write our notes.
And is it your testimony that McLean requires only that each social worker spends a particular period of time or a max amount of time with each patient to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I have 8 patients on my caseload, so I have to see 8 patients every day. And so you are limited with how much time you can spend with them because there's several other tasks I have to do. So you really can't spend a significant amount of time with your patients.
That wasn't my question. My question was, does McLean tell you that you can only spend 5, 10, or 15 minutes with a patient?
Yes, it's directly told from the people above me. It's something that's communicated in a way where you could sort of get in trouble if you're not doing that. So yes, it comes directly from McLean.
And do you have any information, having left there in 2021, that the same people supervising the social workers were giving those same instructions?
I mean, no, I don't know that.
Do you know anything about how many people were actually occupying beds between January 1st and January 5th of 2023?
No, it obviously has a max of, but yeah, so I don't know how many patients were there, but you can have up to 22 there. So yeah.
And you've also indicated in your notes to Attorney Reddington that sometimes the people that are there for a particular period of time have the ability to go out on passes for
Correct.
weekends.
Yes.
Does that, in your experience, did that tend to happen around holidays?
Yes.
And so you don't know between January 1st and January 5th of 2023 who might have been assigned to a bed there but out on a pass that weekend, do you?
No, I don't know what happened that weekend.
And that would affect how many people are actually occupying the beds, would affect the ratio of staff to patient during that time period, right?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, I mean, it's the same amount of staff there. Are you saying like they're
Right, it's the
meeting with
same amount of
patients live?
staff regardless, because
Right.
it's by shift, right?
Right.
So if the unit has 22 beds in it, but say 5 people are off on
Right.
a pass for that weekend,
Yeah.
then the same staff that are there
Right.
for the entire weekend have 5 less patients. They have to
No,
round
no,
with.
no. You're still assigned. Every patient has to be assigned to a mental health specialist and a nurse. And so when you go on a pass, there's a limit. And day and evening shift, like the limit of the pass is 8 hours. So no matter what, you have to check in with your staff person before you leave for your pass, and you have to check in with your assigned staff when you come back. So there's no patient who's not assigned to somebody. It's just they might not be on the unit the whole time when you're on your shift.
Okay, so if they're not, they might not lose a patient on their load,
Yeah.
for instance, but that person isn't there that they have to check in with every so often, or they have to check in with about groups or keep track of or meet with, right? If they're on a pass and they're out of the facility for 8
Right.
hours, they're physically not present, and that worker doesn't have eyes on them.
Yeah, you only check in once per shift anyway. So if they're going, you check in with them before, and when they come back, you check in with them after. But yes, you're not checking in with them when they're off the unit.
And you don't know what the numbers were
No, I don't.
during that time period. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Reddington, I'll hear you on the motion. You may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think it's obvious that the witness has the educational background. She certainly has the experience, interestingly enough, of that very unit that Lindsay was on for that period of time. She's well aware of the staffing, indicated to you that the staffing ratio to patient, et cetera, has not changed according to the items that the government has brought here today. That at the time that she was there, it was on a weekend. She indicated about the the weekend staffing, the holiday staffing. Indicated that they have these coloring programs and programs that Patrick was relating to, and indicates the skeleton crew, if you will, in a sense, on that particular period of time in the holidays, which is very corroborative of what Patrick had indicated in his testimony. So, I'm not looking to bring her in to disparage McLean Hospital. They've done a good job of that themselves. I'm bringing her in to just have evidence as to what Patrick's testimony was relating to what his wife went through when she was in McLean, to corroborate the fact, as opposed to what was raised on direct exam with the government when they were questioning him about all of these wonderful programs that she apparently was not interested in participating in, which is very, very I would argue, improper inference for the jury to consider.
All right. Come on.
Your Honor, would object to the witness, and even now after the voir dire, I think it's clear that the best evidence of what the defendant was provided by way of care, treatment, however you want to call it, is the record in and of itself. It's the record from McLean that documents each and every contact she had with each and every person that was on staff during the time period she was there. Now, just to be clear, there's been some indication that she went there on the 31st of December, but the records are clear to say she was transported and she didn't arrive at McLean until the early morning hours of January 1st. So that's when the records start, and they document her each and every day and each and every step of the way, consistent with how Dr. Goodhart described the process of how you're in intake and then how you go through the day and what the general schedule is in the contact with the treatment team. This witness is offering no more information than what's contained within the record, and no more information that's what's contained in the records that were just received for the trial subpoena. And I would suggest to you that the fact that she, in her last role as a social worker from 2019 to 2021, where she was a day staff person that worked Monday through Friday, that wasn't there on the weekends, that she does have a limited amount of information, and it's attenuated, more attenuated than we initially believed, from the dates in which the defendant was at this particular hospital. So I would suggest, or I would object and argue that the best evidence is the records in and of themselves, the records that now have been subpoenaed that can be admitted to identify the particular staff. I'd also like to point out that counsel is referring to offering this to rebut certain inferences or certain statements that the Commonwealth made in the direct examination of Mr. Clancy, but no one has said that McLean is a #1 hospital. That wasn't the testimony. That wasn't the question put before him. It was simply what he knew, what he observed, and if he knew what was contained within the record. So there's been no presentation of evidence that would suggest that a person needs to come in to dispute that the groups are the groups. The court and the jury can see from the record what the groups were, and they can make their own decisions based on what they described them to be in the record, if that was treatment or not treatment. I don't believe that the Commonwealth presented it as treatment. I believe the Commonwealth presented it as resources available to the individual while they were there at the hospital. The treatment piece or the therapy comes from the psychiatrist, which this witness can't testify to because she's not. So I would object for her to being called as a witness for those reasons.
All right. All right. Well, I'm looking at this really as a kind of two issues. First is late disclosure of the witness, and I'm not, and that goes into a whole different analysis, and also analysis under Rule 403, which is relating to relevant evidence. And as that rule, proposed rule says, evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of, that part doesn't apply. First off, I find this witness credible. I find that, and I appreciate her being willing to offer the information that she has, but that's not always the whole finding on this. And so under cases such as Taylor versus Illinois, Commonwealth versus Dunning, Commonwealth versus Steinmeier, a couple other cases, I have to look at a number of factors. The first is prevention of surprise. Well, the Commonwealth has been aware of this issue for at least a week or so, so I'm not considering that. Evidence of bad faith, there's no bad faith I see from either side in naming this or calling this person at this time. There's the prejudice to the other party. I think there's just limited prejudice, if any, to the Commonwealth. However, though, the final two are the issues that I think are more relevant in this. One is the materiality of the testimony in this. And I find that there's limited materiality, that's hard to say, because mainly this witness hadn't worked there for a year. So there's at least a gap between when she worked there and when the relevant time period is here. There's also, I imagine, different personnel. They're working on different shifts. And so there's kind of limited value to that testimony. I also, I don't remember any 5-star type inferences. In fact, so I'm not going to, that's going to be measured by the jury, but I didn't see any mentions that this was a 5-star facility. And then also the concern is, or the factor is, the effectiveness of less severe sanctions. And I would find that the records that have been brought in pursuant to the subpoena in the last couple of days from McLean's talks about the staffing levels on holidays and not on holidays. So if there's a question of whether or not there was a quote unquote skeleton crew that was on for those, at least the first 2 days of this time that Ms. Clancy was there, that's reflected in the records. There also in the records here is a list of whatever programs were offered and also when they were offered. So if there's a question of less programs being offered on a holiday than during the week, those are contained in the records. And so I'm going to deny the defendant's motion to call this witness, but I am going to allow the defendant, if the defendant wishes, to submit those McLean's records specifically regarding the staffing and the programs that are available, not just on that weekend, but for the week. And I think there's records in there for the week before. So there could be a comparison between what was available to Ms. Clancy during the week and what was available to her on a holiday weekend. So that's going to be my finding. I'll issue a written ruling on this, but I just kind of wanted to give the parties at least some idea, as well as the witness who's been here, I know, a couple of days. I just kind of wanted to thank her for that. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2:15. We'll come back and resume the trial. Okay.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
I know it's a technicality, nobody objection.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Okay, I had a feeling he wasn't going to let that go through. He didn't even sound like he really wanted to do it when they were talking about it in the very beginning. But I did pull up that TikTok for you guys so we can take a look at it. I know a lot of you don't have TikTok. I'm not a fan of TikTok. I only have TikTok for you guys. I always get in trouble over on TikTok. In fact, this is my second TikTok. I lost my first TikTok for saying that the royals were reptilians. So, I don't worry about TikTok too much, but here we are over on TikTok, and her name is it is Emily T Therapy, and this is the TikTok. Oops, hold on a second. Let me get you over there.
Patient app. Very.
Hold on.
I'm a Massachusetts social worker, and I also worked on the exact inpatient unit at McLean for nearly 8 years that Lindsay Clancy was a patient at. Very important. I was not there when she was there, but I literally worked there for 8 years. We need to correct the misinformation that this prosecutor is saying about McLean and what the stay there is like. So I'm going to break down everything for you and tell you the truth. Let's preface this with identifying what the prosecutor's approach is with the McLean stay in particular. The prosecution is trying to say that if Lindsay really wanted to get better, why didn't she engage in treatment more? And then the prosecutor specifically talks about McLean, what's offered there, and identifies things that Lindsay did not participate in. And we need to correct that. Let me tell you how it actually works. So the first thing the prosecution brings up with Patrick Clancy is that he has stated that he felt like she didn't really get any treatment while she was at McLean. And one of the things that he was under the impression of was that she didn't really see a doctor while she was there. Now, the prosecutor then says to him, well, are you aware she actually saw a doctor each day and she saw a resident? Are you aware of that? And he says, no, I wasn't under that impression. Let me tell you exactly why that is. In general, there are around 23 patients on the unit at a time. And because of that, there are usually around 4 to 5 physicians in charge, we call them, 4 to 5 psychiatrists who split up the patients so that there's not just one doctor seeing 23 patients. Each doctor has usually around 5 to 6. They vary a little bit, but they are limited, and that 23 patient population is divided up and it's split amongst doctors. When a patient is admitted to the unit, they are specifically assigned 2 clinicians. One is a psychiatrist and the second is the social worker. You are literally told as a patient, this is your treatment team. This is your doctor. This is your social worker. With that being said, legally, every patient needs to be seen at least once a day by a doctor. So on the weekends and on the holidays, when the physicians in charge, the regular physicians who are working there, are off because they work weekday hours, on the weekends and on holidays, the patients still need to be seen by a doctor. How that works is that there is one doctor who comes on the weekend and holidays, and he or she sees every single patient on the unit, okay? And if you think about it, there's a reason that the doctors who are there during the week are only assigned 4 to 5 patients, because you cannot spend a long amount of time as a doctor with 23 different patients. So the job of the weekend doctor, as we call them, the holiday doctor, is literally to just go quickly check in with every patient. It is not a lengthy meeting by any means. So this idea of the prosecution saying, well, she actually did see a doctor, so that was kind of a lie. She saw a doctor. She didn't see her doctor. Now, moving on to the next part. The prosecutor also says to Patrick Clancy, well, are you aware that there is actually one-on-one therapy offered on the unit every day? This is what really pissed me off. There is absolutely no one-on-one therapy offered on that unit. What this prosecutor is referring to is what we literally call check-ins. And you know who does those check-ins? It is unlicensed individuals. This is a job where you only have to have a high school degree to get it. And I can say this because I did that job for 5 years. I was the clinician who was performing one-on-one therapy in her mind. No, I was doing check-ins. I did that job. So I promise you, this was not one-on-one therapy. I love my coworkers, and this is no disrespect to them. We were not people who were licensed or qualified in any way to give therapy, and we did not. And within these check-ins, I'm going to tell you what the conversations are. How's your day? How'd you sleep? Have you been able to eat today? Have you been able to go to groups? What's your treatment plan? Have you talked to your family? What's your doctor saying? There are brief questions at the end where we say, are you feeling safe? They aren't safety assessments, let's be honest. You do check that little box, but I'm telling you, that's the line of questioning. It is not one-on-one therapy. Now let's talk about something the prosecutor brought up today. She brings up and tells Patrick Clancy, are you aware that, Lindsay was also checked on every 15 minutes by staff? Let me tell you what she's referring to. We literally call this checks, okay? And it's when we would go around on the unit every 15 minutes, staff has to go around the unit. And you know what your job is on 15-minute checks? You make sure everybody's alive. You make sure everybody's not, people try to commit suicide on the unit. And the 15-minute checks is not conversations. We're going around and we're literally checking off on a board. We saw this person. You put a check, you put an A if they're in bed awake, and you put an S if they're asleep, and you put an O if they're off the unit. That's it. You're just going around. This isn't like check-ins. You're just visually putting eyes on them to legally indicate that they are okay. But this is not a check-in. It's just, hello, I see you. So another thing the prosecutor brings up today, and again, I think this is from the idea of like, clearly Lindsay was well enough. She brings up how, are you aware that Lindsay was granted permission to, go off the unit, like go outside, right? And
Oh,
Patrick's
shoot.
like, well, yeah, I was aware, like she went for a walk, and the prosecutor is kind of like, so she was allowed to go out. And again,
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was muted still. So, but basically those check-ins, she's making them seem like they were like every 10, 15 minutes, she was getting these little mini therapy, check-ins, like, are you, like pop-up therapy sessions, but it was just basically checking on, are you alive, Lindsay? Okay, good. Moving on.
I think she's trying to be like, if she was allowed to go outside, clearly she was okay. And I'm going to tell you guys something. 75% of the patients who are admitted to the unit, within 2 days, get granted that permission. Sometimes it's the day they get there. The only patients who don't get granted that permission, and especially quickly, are the ones who are acute safety concerns. Those are patients who can't be trusted, in a sense, to not try to harm themselves if they leave the unit. There are patients who are flight risks and they can't be granted the permission to go off the unit. So this idea of like, well, Lindsay was granted that permission, it really doesn't have much meaning, because if I'm being honest, everybody is granted that position unless you are really actively doing something to yourself. So like, this isn't that deep. Now the prosecution starts talking about the discharge piece at McLean. And it does sound like Lindsay asked to be discharged. And the obvious thing to like think about is like, why would she want to stay on the unit any longer when she's not getting any help? It is logical to ask to be discharged. And she was discharged, she wanted to go to one of her children's birthday parties. And her asking to discharge to be able to go to her kid's birthday is a completely normal thing that people get discharged for. Birthdays, graduations, funerals, bigger events that people want to be a part of, that is good for them to be a part of. If the person is deemed safe, which I'll get back to, the team is usually happy to allow that. So her asking to be discharged for her kid's birthday is not abnormal. It's very normal. And I also think it is indicative of her wanting to be a mom, which, is the opposite of what this prosecution is trying to say. All right, now my last and most important part. Even though Lindsay asked for discharge and it was granted, McLean failed her. These outpatient, I'm sorry, Dr. Jennifer Tufts. I mean, I'll say, we know the name, but I think that woman needs to lose her license. I'm going to be straight up. McLean needs to be held accountable. They did clearly not do their proper assessment when they granted her discharge. I'm going to be straight up. Okay. And I'm going to say that as somebody who's worked on that unit and had to approve discharge. You are a well-trained mental health professional. You know, when you are assessing a woman with postpartum mental health, you need to be doing a damn good job of making sure that she's not going to go hurt her kids because of where she's at in her mental health. And I don't think McLean did a proper assessment. I don't think they asked any questions about the kids. A lot of times when you're discharging from this unit, it's about, are you going to go hurt yourself? And she was suicidal. So she should have had a suicide assessment. But knowing that this is postpartum, I do believe that McLean failed her by not doing a better assessment about where she was at with her kids. I don't care that I worked there. I don't care that I respect the hospital. I respect a lot of the clinicians there, but no program is immune from clinicians who aren't doing their job properly. And her asking to discharge, it's on the clinicians. They let her go. We are held to a specific criteria to let patients go. They failed her. I know this is a long ass video, but I felt it important to give like literally firsthand perspective. I'm watching this case, listening to this prosecutor just lie and gaslight. And I'm like, I'm enraged at the lies that you're telling. I mean, in general, but specifically at McLean, I'm like, I know that what you're saying isn't fucking true because I did it. I was there for 8 years on that exact unit. Like I said,
and it amazes me that that's one of the reasons, because she's no longer there. She was there for 8 years, but hasn't been there for like a year or so, that she's useless. She's just useless.
There are 2 female prosecutors prosecuting this case. It's beyond me. It's sickening. It's traumatizing. This woman doesn't want to be alive. And all that this case is doing is further traumatizing. If you guys don't care about Lindsay, fine. I do, but let's look at the other people. This is traumatizing Patrick Clancy further. This is traumatizing an entire jury. Can you imagine? These are just civilians doing their, civilian duties and doing jury duty. And there's such a thing as vicarious trauma. And that's when you're traumatized by somebody else's trauma. And this shit is dark. Yeah. The prosecutors need to show these onesies, and we know the kids are not here anymore.
Well, I mean, we just saw her. This was before she even pulled out those bands yesterday. So this to me feels like it doesn't have to didn't need to happen. Like putting her in an institution seems enough, but that's just my opinion. Lula LaRue, 2100. Thank you so much. This is something new. I've never seen Jules before, but thank you for the 10 Jules. She says hiding, or they say hiding. I think it's because I'm vertical and horizontal. So what do you guys think about that? What did you think about her? I think she would have been a good witness, but I didn't think she was going to fly just because she's from TikTok. I don't think the judge wants that nonsense. Yeah, I found her credible too. So, okay, well, I'm going to go take my lunch while they're doing lunch. They should be back in another half hour. You know what I can do for you guys, so you're not just sitting here looking at a screen? I did find this. New facts rock the Lindsay Clancy conspiracy theories. So I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there flying around. People don't like Patrick, especially over on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. YouTube slightly different, but yeah, people are not digging Patrick. So let's look at some of the conspiracies while this is playing. We got another about half hour. I'm going to be here, but getting my lunch together. And yeah, I'll see you guys in just a minute. If you guys could do me a favor and make sure to give this a thumbs up, helps me go out onto the algorithm. And if you really like my content, be sure to subscribe and share. So thank you guys.
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
Expert testimony from court clarifying the timeline surrounding the killing of Lindsay and Patrick Clancy's 3 children, and the evidence may shock a lot of people watching this trial. This evidence shows that Lindsay was still walking around the house when Patrick was caught on video at CVS. Despite the fact that both the prosecution and defense agree Lindsay killed her children, there are a lot of people following this trial who believe Patrick did it, not Lindsay. But will this evidence convince the skeptics that Patrick didn't do it? Meanwhile, Lindsay's defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, focused on the Apple Watch.
The watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever.
Correct.
You just don't know, right?
Yes.
It's the trial the nation is watching, and today, another big day inside the courtroom. Everyone is now talking about this case, the case of Lindsay Clancy, claiming that she was mentally ill when she killed her 3 children. But people aren't talking about her. They're talking about Patrick. A lot of people believing that Patrick did it. Well, there was huge evidence today which disproves that theory. I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate. We'll continue to address that issue. So today, familiar face on the stand from the Karen Reed trial, the cell phone expert, Ian Whiffen, who testified in her trial, someone who extracts the information from the cell phone and tries to piece together what happened, did that with Lindsay Clancy's cell phone. And one of the conclusions, and I think this is so important to the people who believe that Patrick Clancy did it, is that cell phone evidence that he has demonstrates that Lindsay was walking when Patrick was out of the house. One more time. Lindsay.
But I will say this, that the conspiracy theorists don't necessarily believe that Patrick did this alone. So they don't necessarily believe that Lindsay was the one walking around the house with the phone. And they also, I have seen some TikToks where Patrick was this IT guy, I guess, and there's a way to make your phone pick up the messages from somebody else's phone and make it look like you're controlling that phone. So, I mean, it is deep. And like I said, I'm in an autoimmune flare, so I haven't been as on top of things as I was at the very beginning. But yeah, that's the counter. And I'm not saying one way or another how I feel about this. I feel at the very least Patrick left Lindsay to languish in her whatever, and he was a horrible husband, and I don't believe he deserves the accolades and all of this, and owning like a nonprofit for postpartum women and selling merch and getting money from that when he clearly in no way understood Lindsay during that time. But I don't know if I can go as far to say as he did it. But boy, spend enough time over on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram, and you can easily sway to that direction. Yeah.
Who's in a wheelchair now, right? After exiting that second floor bedroom, was walking when Patrick was out of the house. So let's break this down because
I mean, it's been proven that Patrick and this now wife did go to Costa Rica together, and there are videos of this new wife at the memorial for the kids. And I mean, just real. And the ex-district attorney did buy Patrick's old house. It's just a lot of bad behavior by Patrick. Just bad behavior.
I think this is important, and I think this is the type of evidence that's coming out now that we need to explore. So let's begin and go back and listen to Patrick Clancy kind of talk about his time.
Okay, and I'm going to stop it one more time and then we'll let it play. But I think what we really need to be looking at is the medical system and the way that women are treated in the world, in domestic relationships and marriages and the healthcare system, and just like the way, I don't know, the imbalance. And I've been talking about this. The divine feminine is coming back, and this case is really helping bring these issues into the forefront where like everyone's like, oh, women are equal and everything's fine. No, this case proves that it's not. It's just not. And it's not to put anyone down. It's just to say, let's just acknowledge that it's not and start making changes. But we can't even do that. People are going to like, ugh. But anyway, okay, here we go.
On the day that his children were murdered or killed, depending upon what the jury says here, right? The day the children are gone, what is he doing? Where is he going? Who is he texting? Back and forth, trying to piece together the most important time, which is really between 5 and 6 o'clock that night on the 24th. So let's take a listen to Patrick Clancy.
As you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember. Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry. So that refresh your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can hold it there for 1 second. As you look at this video, if you look in the bottom corner, bottom left-hand corner, there's a timestamp there. Now, not all timestamps are accurate, right? This timestamp is what, 5:33, I believe, if I can see it. But it's clearly, okay, so there's a timestamp of when he's at CVS. And putting together a timeline,
It just looks like a really tiny CVS too, doesn't it? Like, just really tiny.
stamps are important. Let's continue.
And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She entered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
Okay. Two important things: the timing and what's happening. He's at CVS. He's making a phone call to her. People who are pointing the finger at Patrick Clancy say, no, those phone calls never happened because he had already taken care of Lindsay and the kids. Lindsay's already
Well, they
out.
think that the phone calls happened between he and Rachel. Also, there's this neighbor who has come out recently. Maybe even two, but I know I've seen one interview with the neighbor saying they saw Lindsay outside in the driveway much sooner. So there's that guy too.
Side. On the ground, paralyzed. The calls were never made. He was calling from the Apple Watch to make it look like he was calling Lindsay. Okay? That's what people are saying. Let's take a listen now to Massachusetts State Police, Andrew Ciaccio, who's going to talk here about the timing, right? You want to verify the time that he's at CVS. Let's watch.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you able to see Patrick Clancy in the store at CVS?
Yes.
And fair to say you were able to track that he arrived?
And many people believe that Patrick Clancy and his best friend were people that went to CVS. I'm over on Threads, and I put this up yesterday. I didn't type it out. This is just like I put a group of videos together and I asked the question, is this his bestie? Because many people think that the person at CVS wasn't even Patrick. They believe that because of the difference in the hair, because here it's not curly and Patrick's hair is curly. And this is Patrick at the restaurant. So here his hair isn't curly and here it is. And then here it's more like the best friend. So many people believe that the friend helped too. I'm just amazed by the amount of people that look alike in this case. Like Patrick Clancy, and so this is Patrick Clancy's new wife, Rachel Danis, Dr. Danis. And this was her boyfriend at some time in space and time, and who looks just like Patrick to me. And it's just amazing how everybody in this case, well, Patrick and Rachel, they just have a type. It's just the types. Also, there's a hot mic moment. Remember when we heard the Commonwealth say shut her up? Well, people are saying they think they heard a hot mic moment when Patrick came off the stand, and they heard well, listen. People are thinking that they're saying, you don't think he might have done it, do you? So they think they caught another hot mic moment in the case. What else? Oh, this is interesting too, because a lot of people are like saying, oh, no, these are all doctored photographs of Dr. Rachel Danis and Patrick in Costa Rica. But this woman's like, oh, nay, listen to this.
Was in Costa Rica in February of 2023.
Hold on. Oh, shoot.
Interesting. Sorry, look who is, well, this is very, very interesting. Look who is in Costa Rica in February of 2023. Let me introduce you to Sammy for You. Costa Rica was a blast. This trip was all about getting out of my comfort zone, from eating fish eyes to ziplining down, covering myself with mud, surfing, swimming in the ocean, first and foremost, traveling to a foreign country and meeting amazing people. February 6, 2023. And who was she with? Placing my vote for Sammy as MVP of the trip. Sammy then tags her friends. Not even. You guys are the best. And look who she includes. Dr. Rachel Danis. Is that our friend? Dr. Danis? I think it is. But Sammy confirmed it. Thank you, Sammy. Wasn't that around the same time Patrick Clancy was in Costa Rica? February of 2023, right after his kids were unalived? That's not suspicious. That's not odd at all. Well, this is...
So, I mean, you have to agree. I mean, I truly believe that at the very least, he was already having an affair. That's why it reminds me so much of Chris Watts, you know? But yeah, if you're over on Threads, come find us.
Arrived at 17:32:32 and exited the store at 17:37:08.
Yes.
Okay. Verify the timestamp.
I should have like labeled this segment hot tea moment for the Clancy trial. Let me tell you all the tea I've seen around the interwebs. But
verify the video. All of that is evidence in the case. Patrick Clancy is at the CVS at that time. Patrick Clancy says he speaks with Lindsay Clancy. Is that even possible? Well, what does Lindsay Clancy's phone say? What evidence do we have from her phone that day? Ian Whiffen, the big witness today from Cellbrite expert, testified about what he extracted from Lindsay Clancy's phone. Take a listen.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
And I actually want to show you this woman over here on Instagram has been doing a really good job of putting the timeline together, and she's a nurse. And so let's listen to this really quick.
With me. Last night, this Lindsay Clancy trial made my mind go so that I had to make a timeline because I'm a nurse and I'm a woman. And one thing I've learned about women in this trial is you don't fuck with women. Okay, I am not making any inferences from this. Pointing out the times that are known timestamps from the court case. I'll also post in the comments the pictures of my timelines. You have to zoom in, but my handwriting is pretty good. So January 24th, 2023 starts at 8 o'clock when Lindsay and Cora leave to go to the pediatrician. At 8:15, they are at the wellness check. We know that because they check in. And at 8:17, Patrick sends the snowman photo. At 8:30, Lindsay and Cora get home. At 8:42, Patrick texts Lindsay, "Everything go okay at the doctor? How did things go?" And Lindsay responds, "Everything went great. Kidney numbers and urine looks fine." Okay, Patrick responds immediately, "You're a good mama." At 9:40, there's a login from Lindsay's phone. We know she has two phones. Or excuse me, we know two phones exist. At 11:42, Lindsay sends the picture of the snowman to her mom and to Patrick. Okay, I've seen a lot about this. The guy on the stand said that the only evidence he saw for tampering with this photo was the editing of the live. Lindsay's heart rate has been in between 60 and 120, mostly in the 80s and 90s, okay? Sorry, I'm not a fancy TikToker. I don't have a stand, and I just dropped coffee on my timeline. Don't fuck with a woman. 4 o'clock, Lindsay texts her mom. 4:02, Lindsay searches kids Miralax. Nurses, moms, every damn buddy out there knows it's children's Miralax. Children's. Also, she was just at the pediatrician. Why didn't she get that on her way home? She would have known it's called Pedialax.
Many people feel Patrick was putting these searches on her phone via that second phone.
Let me remind you, she's a labor and delivery nurse with 3 children. She's going to know what Pedialax is, but we go on. At 4:13, Lindsay looks up the distance from 3V to their home. She's so worried about how long Patrick's going to be gone. Her heart rate is 112. 4:47, Lindsay calls the CVS manager to ask if they have Miralax in stock. Why is she asking for Miralax? We know this happened because the CVS manager was already on the stand. She said a woman called and asked for Miralax. And she said, well, what age? And she said, the CVS manager said 5. And she said, well, you're going to want Pedialax for that. There's this whole conversation about things being out of stock and the generic brand. Okay, Patrick came home with Pedialax. Patrick's pissing me off so bad I'm forgetting to make my damn coffee. So here's where shit really gets weird, Patrick. We're going outside to talk about this because I need a little bit of sunshine for my cranky ass.
Me with the case.
All right, y'all are going to walk.
I'm all over the place during break. I'm like, I'm going outside, guys. I'll be right back. I'll see you in a minute. I just, you got to like breathe and work through this because none of it makes sense.
And talk with me. Last night, this Lindsay Clancy trial made my mind go so that I had to make a timeline because I'm a nurse and I'm a woman. And one thing I've learned about women in this trial is you don't fuck with women.
Okay. So, did I move? I thought it was a whole timeline. Hold on a second.
All right, y'all are going to walk and talk with
I don't know how
me. Last night, this Lindsay Clancy trial made my mind go.
On the phone, you can make it move, but like when things are different on the desktop.
So that I had to make a timeline because I'm a nurse and I'm a woman. And
but let's go back. I think she made the timeline in different. Hold on. Okay, I can't figure out what I did over here. So let's come back over here and continue with Vinny. They're still on their lunch break. It's almost 2 o'clock. It's like 7 minutes to 2 o'clock. So they should be back any minute now. While we're waiting, we're just looking at some of the conspiracy theories on the case.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17-13-16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17-15-12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 513 device unlock,
Yes.
515 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17-13-16. Safari was closed at 17-14-47. Messaging was opened at 17-14-47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33:34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
Okay. Lindsay Clancy's phone is climbing stairs. Her phone is climbing stairs. 2 flights, kind of like from the basement up to the second bedroom, all of which is consistent with the prosecution theory, all of which is consistent with what they've been saying. Patrick Clancy said he called Lindsay Clancy, did not answer, then got a call back. That information also consistent with what is found on Lindsay Clancy's phone. The movement, the calling. Lindsay Clancy, from this evidence, is walking up the stairs. When Patrick Clancy calls her, we know where he is, we know where her phone is, and we know her phone is moving. Doesn't seem like Lindsay Clancy is paralyzed in the backyard after being tossed out the window. This does not fit into what I have been hearing from the people who have a theory that Patrick Clancy did it. This does not fit that theory. Not even close. What does this fits what the prosecution has been demonstrating to this jury from the beginning of the case. This fits and is consistent with what Patrick.
Not really, because there's two phones in the situation and this case hasn't been thoroughly investigated. Sure, it fits within the boundaries of the limited of the investigation that they actually did. If yeah, but there's so many questions that everybody has on this that you have to think outside of the box if you're going to understand what the masses are saying, in my opinion.
Clancy testified to. It makes sense to me. I'm wondering, there's going to be a reaction because I know some people still will not believe it, but I'm curious as to how you would explain the movement of Lindsay Clancy's phone. Like all those pieces are fitting together. Like there's no, oh, well, how did that? No, there's none of that. He called her. The phone is moving. It stops. They make a connection. Hang up. Then it continues. It's almost like you can piece together what the prosecution timeline is going to be here. He called her right after she killed the 3 kids in the basement and was on her way up to the bedroom to throw herself out the window. That's what prosecutors will argue. So big moment inside the courtroom. There were other big moments today, and this was very emotional and difficult. First, I want to put up on the screen something else that's going on. There's a GoFundMe right now for Lindsay's mom and dad, the Musgrove family. It's called the Musgrove Family Fund. They want to raise $2 million. They've raised over $800,000. And I'll read part of what this is about. In January of 2023, Lindsay Clancy was accused of killing her 3 young children in their Duxbury, Massachusetts home. She's now on trial. The Musgrove Family Fund is for the 2 people who have remained at her side through every step of what followed. Her parents, Mike and Paula Musgrove. It asks donors to recognize the extraordinary financial burden her parents have carried simply by continuing to be present. The purpose of this fund is to help Mike and Paula rebuild the financial stability they have sacrificed over these past 3 years. Contributions will help cover the accumulated costs of travel, lodging, living expenses, and other family expenses arising from their continued support.
It's actually higher than that now. It's up to almost $1 million. It's just shy of it, like half a million away from being, or a half a 100,000 away. Oh, it's like what? I'm really bad at math. 50, 60, 70, like 70,000 away from being $1 million. You can see it. I'm really bad at math. So it's even more than that. And there is a stipulation that it has to go to the parents because the parents have been, they sold their home and they've been living for 3 years by where Lindsay is and hotels and stuff like that. And like you heard today that they bring Lindsay food and visit her as much as they can. So that's what's happening.
To see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother.
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased. Tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born.
So on the exercise bands, Patrick was on all of them and Lindsay's was only on one of them. On the sharp instrument she used for her, the KNIFE, she used only Patrick's DNA was on that. I don't know about the DNA on the Pedialyte bag. The Pedialyte bottle, I don't even think it was taken out of the bag because there were dishes on top of the bag. I had heard dishes for dinner. They were going to, for the dinner they were going to eat.
And then Dawson, and then of course, baby Calvin.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and it I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And
Yes, thank you, Lulu. They hadn't even eaten on the plates, and yet they were on top of the bag. It was a weird situation.
she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the 2nd week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At that point, things changed, though, and the testimony of Lindsay's mom, crucial for this jury. So I want to take a moment to tell you about something really exciting here at Long Crime. Now, if you haven't heard yet,
I think things changed really fast, and nobody was truly aware of the extent or wasn't taking it as serious as it really was, obviously.
Was.
Yes, that was on October 20th.
But I think the medication was really causing it.
20th.
So I'm going to approach you with this.
This was the best, where there's a funny TikTok out there about Reddington and the judge asking him if he had a copy of that right here.
You could look at.
Oh, I have a copy.
Did you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with.
He gets this huge ass copy. Oh, I got a copy. Do you got a copy? Oh, I got a copy. He's like the most prepared lawyer I've ever seen.
Ask if this is a copy of the text that you're.
So you thought you had the last laugh? What a pity.
Look at all
tragic. It's magic.
He came
Did you
prepared.
have a copy maybe that she could look at?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
Let me mark it for identification. Is that text within the? Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
Do you want a little thing? Can I just have the board?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just offered.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point?
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working. So he came later.
I never asked, what did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography.
What kind of photography?
School picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, and you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better and into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid. She was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes. I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve. And then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family. And then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but.
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th. Do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes. She said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall at the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication and her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick, and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that.
I think the point Vinny is going to be trying to make here is that not even the family knew that it was going to happen, but the family isn't the specialist. They didn't go to school for this, and the family isn't giving her the medications. They're just trying to support her in this insanity, and were feeling very confused about all the medications, just as Lindsay was feeling confused about the medications. But not only that, but Lindsay was being forced to have all these medications in her system. I mean, when I had migraines, that they were throwing a lot of, like, they would prescribe off label, and a lot of the things that they were throwing at me were mental health medications. And I remember in like seizure meds and stuff like that, they had prescribed me Topamax, and oh my word, I was still working at a facility, and I was the women's social worker, and that day that I had started taking it, I had to call in a child welfare case, and I couldn't say these words that I had said my whole career. I had been practicing by that, like 15 years by then, and yeah, and later that day, the next day, I called my therapist because I couldn't get out of the chair. I just felt like the world was crushing in on me, and I can't explain to you. I've never felt this crushingness ever again since I stopped taking that, but it made me just sit in a chair, shiver and shake. And I called the doctor and I said, "How do you get this out of me? I want it out of me now." And she's like, "Well, you're going to have to just like drink a lot of water and give it time." And I was like, "I think I'm going crazy." So, and that was just with, Topamax and for migraine. But I think the thing is he's trying to point out that the family knew all of this and they didn't do anything. But what more were they supposed to do besides support her and continuing to get help with these top specialists, right? I don't know. I'm not on board with blaming Lindsay, because from my opinion, she begged for help. And to me, we should be looking at the mental health, healthcare system, women's health in general.
She had thoughts of harming the children.
She's talking about it. Clearly suffering from mental illness, but talking about it to the people closest to her. Yet here we are. Lindsay Clancy's mother wasn't the only family member who came to speak with her and noticed things and was having sort of an ongoing conversation during the time leading. I feel
like he's really hitting the conspiracy theories. I don't know how you guys are thinking, but I just feel like he's not really hitting the conspiracy theories. Let's head back over to TikTok and I'll show you the conspiracy theories. Yeah, I'll show you. Oh, let's just put in Patrick Clancy.
Submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
That may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
So this TikToker saying they think it's strange, this reaction, Patrick's reaction to the 911 call being submitted. We never got to hear it though. We didn't. Only the courtroom did.
Submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
It may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
So over in comments, people are saying he looks like this is not supposed to be happening. I was promised. Body language is so obvious, can instantly tell how nervous he became. I'm beginning to think the state is doing this on purpose to out him. Yeah, I've heard that lately, that many are thinking that the state, the judge, and the defense is in on the horrible prosecution that the Commonwealth is doing. I've heard that. Let's see. Lindsay Clancy's murder trial, ex-hubby Patrick's tense outing with new wife. So here's an outing that was found. This is from TMZ. So they're not interacting whatsoever. Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, is looking stressed in New York with this is his new wife. Sorry. They were out. He was spotted out with his new wife. So they're not really interacting. New York City with his new wife, Rachel Dennis, while Lindsay faces murder charges in Massachusetts, where she's accused. Yeah, why don't they maybe just stay home right now? I don't think maybe going out is a good thing, but can narcissists stay home when they think they're in the right? I don't know.
Oh God, thank you for a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Amen. Oh God.
So this is a video of Cora.
Thank you for a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Amen.
She said, thank you for a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Amen. Here's the outing of them. Let's see what this is saying. Hold on. Oh, come on.
Caught on a hot mic. The prosecution just admitted that Patrick Clancy is the one that's guilty, and they did it twice. So the first time was caught on a hot mic when they were talking about Lindsay, the Apple Watch. She took it off at 5:23, but Patrick sent that email in 5:24. Listen to this carefully.
It's going to whisper. Let me slow it down for you. Hear it?
A lot of people, including me, heard something akin to, you don't think he blanked his wife and children, did he? Oh, but then it gets better, because a little later, when we're talking about how pictures were sent, how she had sent pictures when it comes to making a snowman that day with them, listen to how they describe Patrick.
It's about playing in the snow.
They built a snowman. The defendant sent photos to her mother and to the defendant.
To who?
Sent that to her husband.
She called him the defendant. She called him the defendant. He is not part of the defense. Is that a Freudian slip? Is she telling us that she knows? The prosecution just admitted that Patrick.
Yeah, many people think that they're on to Patrick and they're secretly investigating him. What's that? Hold on a second. I don't know what I did here. Okay. So this is the photo where they're saying that there's no way that the neighbor could have seen Lindsay Clancy outside, because this would have been the distance that they would be looking, but they're not taking into the account that there would be no leaves on the tree, so it would be a straight shot. I don't know about you, but I have been able to see, I can see into my neighbor that is sitting kitty corner, probably like a city block down, into their house at night when they have the lights on. So, but they're saying there's no way that this neighbor could have seen Lindsay Clancy outside, but they're not taking into account. I would like to see a picture of when there aren't leaves on the trees. I mean, yeah. So that's what this is saying.
Love my kids. They're wonderful people. They had a lot of friends. Everybody loved them. And they had
this was Patrick Clancy on the run that he did in memory of his kids. And people are saying that he says they're people, they're amazing people, and he doesn't really even have anything in specific to say to them, just like people love my people. And it's just so disingenuous. Hold on.
Love my kids. They're wonderful people. They had a lot of friends. Everybody loved them. And they had short lives, but they had really good lives.
What Mr. Clancy is seeking through counsel, Your Honor, respectfully, is to restrict in a very limited way the display and access to certain specific limited items of evidence and exhibits at trial to the jury, to the court, to counsel, to the court reporter, to the
I want the date and the time. And the lawyer, the legal team.
Love my kids. They're
So, and that's just like a mashup of everything in the trial happening. Okay, so here we have the testimony. This is the bestie that many people think that was at CVS. Dang, all the music. Hold on, let me get the music turned off. So can you spot Patrick Clancy? You might ask, why am I posting this? Because this was only 440,000 minutes later. Yeah, he was doing this just days later. It's just everything he does is weird. That he did afterwards is so strange. And I think that's why he's getting all the side eye. Him and his new wife. They're still not back. They're on lunch break. They were supposed to be back about 2:00, but they haven't come back. So while they're out, we've just been going over all the tea that I've been seeing across the socials. We're over on TikTok right now, just kind of flipping through them. Welcome to everyone joining us. If you could make sure to just give us a thumbs up and share this content. And if you like it, subscribe. Okay, this is Rachel Dennis, the new wife. So this was them in the Costa Rica trip, just proving that she was there. Also proving that they're both sailors at the, oh, no, this is them at the Manhattan Yacht Club. I'm sorry. This is them having a good time at the Manhattan Yacht Club. Many say that Patrick married Rachel because she was a doctor and he leveled up. I guess like IT guys really want like who they're seen with, and their style of life means something. I guess it means something to a lot of people though. Oh, they're back. Oh, I thought I heard him come back. They're coming back. I can hear them. So I'm going to pop us back over here. So tell me what you guys think about all that drama that I just presented to you. Are you side-eyeing Patrick for at least getting married and I don't know. But also I don't mean this to put men down, but some men just can't function without a woman. It's just, you know, their wives become their new moms. And I feel like Rachel had 4 kids she was dealing with. And yeah. And I really side eye Rachel Dennis. Like she said to herself, this is a catch. Like this man is going through all this right now, and this is a catch. And I must marry him before the wife is even convicted. Makes no sense. I thought I heard him come back, but maybe they didn't. Maybe I'm hearing things. Hmm. Okay, well, let's go back over here and we'll do some more. So this one is my heart skipped a freaking beat. I am irate, the nerve. Oh, these are evidence of him out fishing and sailing and doing all this stuff while Rachel was home. And I also think there's photos of so many references to hanging on the wall. I would never frame multiple pics of just me and my family home. I lived with a narcissist. I was not allowed to make any decorating decisions without him, and anything I suggested was overruled. The house was very masculine, bare walls, and you couldn't tell that I lived there too. So people are just pointing out what a bad father and husband he was. I think I'm stuck in one person's oh wait, they're back for sure now. I think I was stuck in one person's feed there. I'll put their link for you if you want to look at them over on TikTok. Okay, Carolina. Ooh, you've got a neighbor from hell. I had one of those once. Her baby somehow got away from her and crawled up my deck and was knocking on my back door. Like a 1.5-year-old. She just was one of those neighbors.
All rise, please. You're entering.
No, Rachel Danis is a doctor. Lindsay was a nurse. He scaled up. Upscaled.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right. Well, everyone, thank you for your patience. And I'm going to ask you for some more patience. All right.
Huh?
Due to an unforeseen circumstance, we're going to excuse you until tomorrow morning.
Oh.
All right. This is not something we saw coming, but you're not to speculate about what it is. You're not to hold it against either side.
What?
It's just something that we have to deal with. All right. And so I'm
What
going
is
to
it?
excuse you till tomorrow morning. I'm going to remind you, as I have every night for the last number of weeks, don't do any research about this case. Don't talk about it. Don't read anything. Don't watch anything about this case or similar cases. And with that,
What is
bring you
it?
back here. We will deal what we have to deal with, and we'll get right back on track. We are still well within the timeline that I gave you regarding this case. But
Look at Big Red.
it's
He's
something we can't
mad.
control. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow with my thanks for your patience. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you.
She's on fire. What is it? What do you guys think it is? I hope they better tell us. The glasses are coming on. What is it? What do you guys think it is? The prosecution did something. Was it a hot mic moment?
All right. Maybe we can be seated. Yeah. Anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we will be in recess till tomorrow
That's
morning
it?
at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
That's it? We don't get to know?
What? All right.
Oh, I call shenanigans on this. What the frick happened? And he's mad. What is it? Oh, you guys. Well, that's unfair. What do you guys think it is? Let's head out into the interwebs and see if anybody has any, like, what happened. Why did court stop in Lindsay Clancy today? See what we get. The news hasn't quite caught up with it yet. See if AI knows anything. No, AI hasn't caught up with it yet either. Let me see if I can see anything live. What any other lawyer might be saying.
That is that. That is that. But let me see if I got what you guys got for new questions. Gerald Saucier says, late to the party drop off. I have 5 of my own.
Oh, I don't think she's watching what I'm watching. Let me see.
Do and put off to do.
I like
between
this
4
guy.
and 7.
We're posting live from my sofa. So let's see what he says.
The other one was like, I use that new crimper on my hair in the bathroom during lunch and everything. I am livid.
It looks dirty today, too.
It better be a damn good reason. I was hoping they were going to be like, okay, we're going to see what's taking place up in here. Right?
Me too.
But it's like, yeah, witness didn't show. That's what I'm thinking too. Right? Maybe they had somebody from Instagram. I don't know.
Oh.
At this point.
Well, then it's nothing if it's just somebody who didn't show up. So everything's always bigger in my mind than it should be. Okay, guys. Well, since we get the day off, we get to leave the court, or we can clock out at 2:40. Jurors number 2053. We're out for the day. Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Let me know how you're feeling about the case, how you're feeling about Patrick Clancy and all the drama that I presented with you. Carolina, thank you for hanging out with me and moderating. Carrie, thanks for hanging out. Lularu, thank you for hanging out in the shadows. Thank you for those. I don't know. This is something new. Jewels. I think it's something for the vertical. So thank you so much. I need to look into that, but thank you very much. Thank you, Carolina, for becoming a dragonfly. Welcome to the new dragonflies that I gifted memberships to. And yeah, if you're wondering about the dragonflies, it's a membership program that I have over on YouTube. Today we're coming to you on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, but I put a little extra content in there. I do some different lives for you, and it's just a way that you can help my channel out a little bit more, and a way that I can give you a little bit more. What I really do is if I share a little bit extra about me, and then I like just do things like that, or if it's like sometimes I'll be putting together a case and I'll go live and I'll chit chat with you guys while I'm putting a case together. It's that kind of stuff, some behind the scenes type stuff. So if you're interested in that, that's what that is. So, okay, guys, I'm going to head out. If nobody's told you this today, and even if they have, I do not care. I'm still going to tell you guys this. I love and appreciate you guys so, so much. And I'll see you next time. Bye, guys. And if you're not subscribed, why are you not subscribed? I would really, really, really love to have you as a power subscriber. If you really like my content, be sure to become a dragonfly, and that's our membership, and it's $2.99 a month. I release all my videos early. We have special emojis over in the chat room. I kind of share things ahead of time with my dragonflies, and I go live sometimes just for the dragonflies. It's a way that I
miss my cue, but I had you for that day. Here in the blue, I'm falling deep into you.
Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Helps me go out into the algorithm party out there. Bring more people back to the party. It's just a free way to help me out.
With you tonight, and it feels fine. Feels fine. Baby, I'm dancing with you tonight. Here in the blue, I'm dancing and falling out. Oh, hoping for some time with you.